Um, Good morning. May I start, Auntie? Auntie Schubert?
Hi, Professor.
May I start now? May I?
Yeah, I think Samira පටන් ගන්න පුළුවන් නේද?
ඔව් සර් පටන් ගමු.
All right.
Professor, I think you can start.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Join the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. The theme and the research presentation made by the several authors. I consider it's a great privilege in this beautiful morning to share the session on the research paper submitted by largely young researchers in this country in various issues related to crossroad of the social sciences. This all, I would say, as a convener of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences team, we received around 27 papers. Out of that, around 22 is going to do the presentation today. And the five were not, almost all five were not rejected. Only two papers were reluctantly rejected, whereas, the other five papers, the authors did not send their revised version on time. Otherwise, we had a very good papers, mostly looking at the current issues of social science. So this morning, I am going to share around five papers this morning. But that is also something about the important issues related to the social science. One is, emotional intelligence, that will be presented by the RWMSPK Rajapaksa, ID number 07, and second paper will be something about local beliefs in post-environmental disaster-related trauma management by WAS Tilanka. And the third one will be something on students' perception on industrial training, submitted by BMTD Jayasegara. And the other one is women in non-millennial era on gender issues related studies. It's going to be presented by Madhubhasini Sarachandra from the Open University of Sri Lanka. And now finally, in my session, the last presentation going to be King Ravana in folk tales in Sabragamua province in this country. That will be presented by Lal Medavathagedara from the Language Studies of the Open University of Sri Lanka. So we will first see, and also these the presenters and those who are interested in listening to this paper, kindly take a note of that, and we will run the recording of the presenters, and the presenters will be there to do to confirm, to answer the question or comments made by the participants. And altogether it will be 12 to 15 minutes allocated for each member. So everybody, I urge everybody to actively participate, because some of the papers are the first time the papers are presented by researchers, so we will have to encourage them to do more research on this selected theme. Therefore, we will encourage them, as well as your participation is very, very important as far as the session is concerned. So we will invite to first Miss RWMSPK Rajapaksa to do a presentation, a title on impact of parental parents parenting style on emotional intelligence of adolescents. Over to you, Ms. Rajabaksa.
When awareness is brought to an emotion, power is brought to your life by Tara Mayer Robson. Emotional intelligence is an important aspect of everyone's life. The concept of emotional intelligence arose in 20th century, and it is a new concept to Sri Lankan context as well. So thereby there are limited number of studies done regarding emotional intelligence. And according to my literature review, I couldn't find any study done on my topic, which means impact of parents, parenting style on emotional intelligence of adolescents. This is my presentation outline. Before knowing what is an emotional intelligence, it is important to know what is an emotion. Emotion is a complex psychological state that involves three distinct components as subjective response, physiological response, and a behavioral response. According to Daniel Goleman, emotional intelligence is the capacity for recognizing our own feelings and those of others, for motivating ourselves, and for managing emotions well in ourselves and in our relationships. In my study, I study about how parents' parenting style impact on emotional intelligence. So it is important to know who are parents. According to Britannica Encyclopedia, parent is one who has begotten offspring or one who occupies the role of mother or father. So parenting has been defined by Hogugi and Lonsted as positive, purposive and nurturing activity which is specifically aimed at promoting child's welfare or ensuring the survival and development of children, which presumes biological or age relationship. I conducted my study based on Baumrind for parenting styles. This was introduced by Diana Baumrind, and he introduced these parenting styles based on two factors as the demand and the responsiveness towards the children. So there are four parenting styles as authoritative parenting style, authoritarian parenting style, permissive parenting style, and neglectful parenting style. According to Baumrind, authoritative parenting style is a parenting style where there is a high demand as well as a high responsiveness towards the child. An authoritarian parenting style has a high demand but they are low responsive towards the children. Permissive parenting style is they are low demand but they are highly responsive towards the child. Neglectful parenting style is they are not in high demand or high responsiveness towards the children. According to World Health Organization, adolescents are the persons who are between age 10 to 19 years old. My research problem is whether emotional intelligence score differ according to the parenting style which they are exposed to. And my research question is, do the emotional intelligence scores of adolescents who are exposed to four parenting styles differ from each other? And my objectives are to find out whether there's an impact of parenting style on emotional intelligence of adolescents, to understand about parenting styles and differences on impact to emotional intelligence of adolescents, to study about gender differences of emotional intelligence scores of adolescents. These are my hypotheses. My null hypothesis is there's no impact of parenting style on emotional intelligence of adolescents. And my alternative hypothesis is there's an impact of parenting styles on emotional intelligence of adolescents. And the methodology I used is this. My independent variable is the parenting style and my dependent variable is emotional intelligence. And I took 100 adolescents as my sample and I selected those 100 adolescents by using stratified sampling method which means I divided Kandy district into stratas according to the divisional secretary divisions. From that, I selected Manikina divisional secretary division and Kandy Frogravats and Gangawata Coral divisional secretary divisions for my study. And from there, I selected 2 tuition institutes and I distributed my questionnaire. The apparatus I used was Adolescents Parenting Attitude 4-Factor Questionnaire to measure the parenting style, and should self-report emotional intelligence test to measure emotional intelligence of adolescents. And I analyzed data by using Shapiro-Wilk test to test the normality. To analyze gender differences, I used Mann-Whiteley test, and to analyze the impact of parenting style, I used Kruskal-Wallis test. All these tests were run by using SPSS. These are the results I obtained. The age distribution of the sample is this. And the parenting, the mostly used parenting style was authoritative parenting style. And permissive parenting style and neglectful parenting style was used only by 1 parent. And this is the data analysis of normality testing. According to the results I obtained, my data wasn't normally distributed, so I have to use non-parametric test to analyze my data. To analyze data of impact of gender differences on emotional intelligence, I used Mann-Whiteley test. From that, I obtained results as there's no statistically significant difference between 2 genders on emotional intelligence scores among adolescents. And to study effect of parenting style on emotional intelligence, to analyze the data, I use Kruskal-Wallis test. And I found that there's no statistically significant differences between parenting styles on emotional intelligence of adolescents. According to my findings, those were my findings, and I recommended to obtain details about parents such as their income, their expenditures, and also the occupations of parents and the family position of adolescents, and how schools contribute to enhance or to educate about emotional intelligence among adolescents, because I haven't studied those things. So I think it is better to study those better to include those facts in future studies. So I hope that my research will illuminate the research field of Sri Lanka, as there are no literature reviews to be found on my topic. And my conclusions are there's no impact of parents' parenting style on emotional intelligence of adolescents, and no gender difference was found between emotional intelligence scores among adolescents. These are the references I used. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rajapaksa, and presented emotional intelligence of adolescents. Is according to her, it seems to be a pioneer study. Any questions you can now ask from Ms. Rajapaksa? Open to the forum. Anyone would like to ask any questions? We will give another 5 minutes. Any questions? Any comments? Nothing. So this, so I have a small clarification from Ms. Rajapaksa. May I ask?
Yes, sir, sure.
Right. Now you studied and you have concluded there is no significant relations between the 2 genders on parental, something like you try to say parental style. So, is there any other significance you found in other studies conducted in other countries in the same studies?
Yes, sir. There are many researches conducted in other countries. So, in some countries, they have found that there is a relationship between the emotional intelligence of adolescents and the parenting style used by the parents. But I couldn't find that finding in our country.
Right. What are the what countries you are talking about it? What type of society they have formed? Is a colonized country or otherwise very traditional type of countries? Something like that is. Can you categorize? No.
Yes, sir. In some European countries, most of the time, they have indicated that the emotional intelligence is based on the parenting style.
Okay.
And in some researchers of India also have concluded like that.
Right. And I appreciate, you have found, a lot of gaps in your study yourself. Your parents' income to be incorporated, parents' various things. And why you have selected Menikinna? Is a purposive sample, Menikinna divisional secretariat that you have selected, no?
Yes, and Gagawata Korale Divisional Secretary Division.
You are from that area?
Yes, sir. I'm from Kandy.
It's a purposive sample.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, right. Okay. How you have converted your 100 this questionnaire sample into this qualitative analysis? So qualitative analysis, no, quantitative into qualitative analysis. Am I correct? No.
Yes, sir. It is a quantitative analysis.
Quantitative.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Wish you all the best, Ms. Rajapaksa. And I think you will publish this document because it's a pioneer study. You should publish in a journal article, and you'll have to give a more publicity to your research, and you'll have to encourage the other young people and your friends also to be involved in this type of research, because you consider it's a very important aspect as far as the adolescents parenting relationship is concerned. So wish you all the best, Mr. Rajapaksa. We will move on to the next presentation. Next presentation is
Professor Chandra.
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I am not sure if the next presenter is here.
Tilanka.
Are they here?
Tilanka. Name not in the list. I don't know whether they are using the same name or different name. It is not here, no?
Yes, Professor. Maybe if they are here, if they can identify themselves. Otherwise, you can decide whether to play their presentation or not, because they won't be here to answer questions.
Yeah. So what shall we do? Shall we?
I think we can. Maybe shall we go to the presentation after this? If they come back, we can come back to this. No.
Right. Okay. Now we can go to the third one.
Yeah, and then if this WS Tilanka returns or comes back, we can play their presentation.
Okay, right. Okay. Then that we can go to the next one, no?
Yes, Professor. Let's do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Shamira, shall we play number 34? No.
34.
Sorry,
yes,
Professor. Go ahead.
Yeah. I can play it.
Okay. I will tell that. The next presentation going to be BMTD Jayasegara on students' perception on industrial training. So over to you, Ms. Jayasegara.
Student perception on industrial training, a case studies at University of Vocational Technology, submitted by BMTD Jayasekar and KG Alhapiruma. University of Vocational Technology is the only higher education institute that offers degree-level courses for national vocational qualification holders. 15 different Bachelor of Technology degrees are offered by the university as weekday courses and weekend courses. Weekend courses have been designed for NVQ 5 or 6 qualified employed students. Weekday courses are operated from advanced level qualified students other than NVQ students. For weekend BTech degree program, 5th semester is a 6-month work-based training aimed at students' workplace-related training. For weekday degree program, 5th semester is a 6-month industrial training, during which students are trained in subject-related industrial organization. The main outcome of this training is to acquire required practical competencies. However, since many industries are reluctant to absorb training in their workplaces, and also due to more number of students from several institutions are seeking for industrial training simultaneously, limited number of training opportunities are available for students to choose. In certain occasions, certain students are not in a position to find training places by the time of commencement of training. Since students usually don't have multiple choices, they have to join any industrial places they are asked to join in. Industrial training additionally support to the student to fulfill the competencies needed for future employment as well. According to the guideline, industrial training of the university is assessed twice. In both of assessment, the average performance of certain students is not admirable. Objectives of research. The main objectives of analyzing different barriers to acquire competencies during the industrial training period and to suggest appropriate strategies for them. Research methodology. The population of the study was undergraduate who were reading for the all weekday degree program of academic year 2016 and 17 of the university. The population size was 130 undergraduate and the target sample was selected using simple random sampling technique covering all fields of the degree courses, and the data was collected through a structural questionnaire. 12 questions were entered belonging to main areas, issue with training places and personal problem. The questionnaire was distributed among 100 students of the above intake, whereas only 35 of them were responded. Moreover, descriptive statistics were used for the data analysis. The statistical package for social sciences software was used with 5-point Likert scale. Research finding. Part 1 is training places related issues among the students. 69% of participants have mentioned that the main concerns among all of the issues related to training places is unnoticed work assignment in training place. 55% participants have mentioned the feedback that insufficient appreciation for the performance, and 54% of the students have mentioned that trivial work assignments are at considerable level. Other than considering student point of view, substantial proportions of training providers choose to get their work done by the training students. When industries work assigned to the trainees, students are being paid. Thus, the students are not appreciated for their work in most of the cases. However, according to 17% of the students, payment made for them for their work is not sufficient. With new experience in industry, 43% of students find uneasier with factory sound, so they are unavoidable. 40% of students have mentioned that they had an unsupportive supervisor. Immediate supervisor is the person who need to make almost sort of assignment with the training students. Part 2 is student personal problem. According to the findings, 74% of students' major personal problem during the industrial training is failure to manage time. 63% of students have mentioned that an illness during the training, second most significant personal problem. Exposure to new thought, industrial environment condition somewhat cause illness of certain students. Third most significant personal problem, the difficult to work in teams. 55% of participants have mentioned so. 43 of participants have mentioned that weak speaking skill is another noticed issue during the training. The students do not feel writing as the main problem during the training, since main tasks assigned to them by the training providers are practical tasks using different tools and machineries. Conclusion. According to the findings, main concern with training places were unnoticed work assignment, lack of appreciation for the work, trivial work assignment, noise pollution, and lack of support from the immediate supervisor. While lack of time management, ability to sickness during the training, difficult to work in team, and weak speaking skills were main personal problem. Research recommendation. Industrial training is the component of the all Bachelor of Technology degree curricula that give the highest employment skills for the student. In this regard, supporting students to get the highest outcome of industrial training is an unavoidable requirement. Moreover, previous researchers, Tarnis 2015, Derrick 1970 highlight the requirement of intervention of training providers and relevant authorities in fulfill the achievement of required industrial training and development of practical competencies of students. Therefore, it is recommended to establish a supervisory training division within the university and devote mechanism to guide the applicable authorities to fulfill the expectation of industrial training. And finally, revised degree curricula suitably is also an essential requirement so that students may improve soft skills required for their career also. This is our reference list. Now, end of the presentation. Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much, Ms. Rajabaksa and your friend for the submission of beautiful research findings of the industrial training. What are the issues related to them? And it is now open for everyone to ask any clarification, any questions of this paper submitted. Hello. I think better
we can hear you, Professor.
Yes. Better you'll have to ask any question. Otherwise, clarification and comments are very, very valid in this type of presentation. Based on this, these young researchers will carry on the research in the future as well. So we will have to support them. We will have to encourage them. We will have to ask certain clarification from them. That is our duty. So please ask. I think no one is asking question. So in that context, may I ask a small clarification from Ms. Jayasegara?
Yes, sir, sure.
Right. Now, this with regard to industrial, you have come across the problem of. Is it clear? Can you hear clear?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Right.
No problem,
Okay.
sir.
Now, you say that there are people illness also you have come across there are people illness, nearly 63% of them are reported due to illness. They are not in a position to go for or otherwise they are not properly listened the training program, etc. So can you say that, what illness it is related to environment of this industry, or otherwise physical fitness, or otherwise what type of illness they have come across during the training program?
The different issues we identify. Some students are telling that environment, training environment is problem for them. Some are telling that they have well-skilled students.
Okay, right. Okay.
Yeah.
And this is the industrial training you want them to go for a training in the fifth semester, no? Fifth semester in order to complete. And you also suggesting finally it's very difficult to get in an industrial training. Very, very difficult, because we have a lack of industries around our institution. So therefore you are proposing on their own that the vocational training should have training facilities, inborn training facilities in the institution. That is what you are suggesting, no?
Yes, sir. Our suggestions was, so in our university, that training allocation, monitoring and everything, in university side, we haven't any training division. All of all the duties are monitored by academic coordinator. But that NITA and other institutions are monitoring, but in university side, we haven't any training division. That's why we are facing big problems.
Right. Okay. Anyway,
wish you
wish you all the best, Mr. Rajapaksa and your friend. I think right from the beginning, you have taken the great interest to finalize the paper. So we have already always, talked to me in several occasions. And I think you can revise this paper and submit in a journal article as a publication, and make sure that it is happen without too much delay. So wish you all the best for the paper presentation. Okay, thank you. So we will go to the next presentation. The next presentation is number 39. Number 39, women in non-millennial era on gender. That is the theme of the paper, but the title is different. That will be presented by Madhubhasini Sarath-Chandra. According to my knowledge, this is the first presentation, research presentation she is doing after the graduate from the Peradeniya University. So, Ms. Madhubhasini Sarath-Chandra, over to you to make this presentation.
My topic is a case study based on a woman in non-millennial era and perspective on gender analysis in terms of economic aspect. I am Madhubhasini Sarath-Chandra, demonstrator, Center for Educational Technology and Media Unit, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Content. Introduction. Gender inequality is a major problem existing in many countries and also in Sri Lanka. It can be defined biologically and sociologically, where terms interpret different meanings. From non-millennial era to present, there were laws, acts and policies came into action, but still the problem is existing in the society. This study focused to identify what influenced the gender inequality from an economical perspective. Background to study. The women empowerment policies and regulations were implemented in 1993. Since 1993, the National Committee on Women initiated, and thus there has been no further mainstreaming of national policies for the betterment of women. In 2011 to 2016, National Plan for the Protection of and Promotion of Human Rights under Section 4, Rights for Women is a positive development at the policy level as a government commitment to ensuring gender equality. But during these 2 decades, still there are policies to be officially published for the women's empowerment and to ensure the women's rights in Sri Lanka. So, it is important to study to get insight on inequalities existed in non-millennial era and identify what remains still in the millennial era for women. Purpose of the study. This study was conducted to investigate the gender inequality aspect of an individual working, labor or paid woman in a non-millennial era from an economical perspective. The perspective was measured under 3 categories: identity, horizon, and decision making. Objectives. To investigate gender inequality existed for working women in terms of economic aspect. Identify the issues that existed for working, market or paid women while engaged in unpaid activities within an economic framework. Explore the perspective on government policy framework and recommendations. Methodology. The case study is a pure qualitative study, an in-depth investigation of a single individual. Direct interview method was employed by conducting face-to-face interview. Interview questionnaire was composed of 10 open-ended questions covering the objectives. Analysis type: qualitative content analysis. Sample selection. In Sri Lanka, highest unemployment rate is in southern and central provinces, according to the census and statistics. In central and western, the lowest formal sector employment rate is in Mandalay district in central province. For this study, Mandalay district was considered in central province. Sample selection. Region Mandalay, Division Secretariat Rattata, Village Muandeniya. A single participant has been chosen for the case study. Number of families in Muandeniya village 32. Women who born before 1940 early period 16. Work women 5. From that, 4 were in private sector and 1 is in state sector. Ethical clearance. Ethical clearance was obtained from the participant to expose her name and to use the data gathered through the interview for research purposes. Results and discussion. Mrs. G.G.T. Manike was born in 1938, 18th of April. She was a teacher trainer in Sri Lanka, Polgolla Kandy Teaching Practice School in 1957. Marriage was in 1963 and 7 children including 3 females and 4 males. She worked as a primary teacher for 7 years and get retired in 1989. She trained in different places in Sri Lanka and she rejected from the promotion for Principal Service Class 3. Results and discussion. Results and discussion Part 1 Identity. As a working woman, I tried to form my identity in the society as an independent individual. I saw how my mother was treated as an unpaid woman at home and how she was recognized in the village. I gave my daughters the higher education and opportunity of choosing their preferred job and to form the identity as an individual. According to the above quote and further explanation by the interviewee, the findings are higher social status for working women other than the unpaid women. Women who formed an identity before the marriage has the social value than other females. The bargaining power of unpaid women becomes lower when dependent on the men. Results and discussions under the part of Horizon. According to the quote by the GGT Manike 2021, she mentioned that it is more natural that a man becomes rich or high ranked and is considered to be honored. But when a woman was obtained in a high rank, generally it is considered through an illegal behavior. And after ages, I could see a good transmission of the bad view toward the women, and most of the women tried to achieve the equality in power positions in workplaces. According to her quote and further explanation by interviewee in interview, the findings are: there were limited preferences for women in the society, prohibited of engage in some professions such as manufacturing, forces and business field, etc. Passive income or side support. Mostly the income of women were considered as a passive income in non-millennial period or side support to the family. Disparities between male and female employees within workplace. Maternity and motherhood. According to interviewee, she explained that her promotion was cancelled due to the maternity period. Results and discussion under decision making section. It was a tough situation where I had to take the decision according to my choice to study further, while my parents wanted me to get me married to someone as soon as possible. Since my childhood, decisions were taken only by my father and mother accepted the decision. In my marriage life as a couple, we took the decisions collectively and the decision making was entirely did not rely on husband. But unfortunately in my career, many of decisions taken by the male employees but not women. According to that, the findings are: bargaining power of women was very low in the society. Decisions making in workplace or within house under the patriarchy system existed. The decisions were taken by males regarding the economy and due to the low bargaining power of women. Obligations by male employees. Most of the decisions in profession were taken by males and lower opportunities to involve in for women. Before marriage and after marriage. According to the above statement by the interviewee, she explained that decisions were taken by sharing the ideas by couple in household. Conclusion. There were limited opportunities to women engage in their preferred job, and marriage was considered as the most important factor under the patriarchy system in past. The bargaining power was lower for the non-paid women in society, and transformation has happened with the generations. The employment opportunities were limited for women compared to the millennial period, and the passive income of women in past is now identified as an active income which contribute to national GDP of the country. Decision making within the family, workplace and competition for the power positions were very high for women in non-millennial period. Recommendations. Implementing women empowerment programs island-wide to motivate females to actively participate in the labor force. Implementing the paternity leaves and to get the benefit to sustain the women long-term in the market. Create or develop equal policies and requirements to employment opportunities irrespective of their gender. Policies implementation should bring focus with equal wages, responsibilities, promotions and productivity rates for women. Acknowledgement. The interview questionnaire was formed with the consultation of Professor Dilani Gunawardana as an open-ended interview questionnaire. References. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Madhubhasini Sarachandra, for your wonderful presentation. The open for the discussion. Question and answer session. Hello.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Anyone wish to ask any? Yes. Yes.
This is Lal. Yeah. Madhubhashini, thank you very much for the presentation. I have two questions for you. One is your Manike, your subject for this entire research. Do you and who I think is a millennial female, right? According to she's pre-millennial, right? What is her? She retired in 89, right? Okay, so
Yes,
she's
sir.
a pre-millennial.
From non-millennial period.
Non-millennial, okay, right? So
Yes.
how do you assess her role? Because she was employed and she said she had certain decision-making capacity, at least in the house. How do you evaluate her role in the nations or her economy in the region where she comes from? And also, there have been sort of nationwide studies conducted in what is called female inequality or whatever the issues facing gender in terms of national endeavors. How does your Manike fit into the larger picture? Those are my two questions.
So actually, I wanted to find the actual reason using this case study. I used the case study without the research because to identify actual reasons for the gender inequality in perspective of this from a non-millennial women. And when I find the statistics and other things, so I found that the lower employment in formal sector was in Madhya district. And then I tried to get the statistics where I can find the regions, and I found that in Muandini village, it is the coming to the before the 1980, they had the lowest employment for the formal sector. Now I'm doing a research, trying to find out in a large picture about the non-millennial and the millennial women differences.
Okay, how do you evaluate? My question is, how do you as a female researcher yourself, how do you evaluate your female subject? Is she someone who actually contributed, who overcame her gender issues because she got training, she went out of the house? Or is it someone who sort of resigned to the patriarchy and was passive? That's my first question.
Yes, first we design a question. Yes, sir. First we design a questionnaire with 10 questions to identify whether she has outcome from the gender inequality. And I found that going to her childhood period, she has many rules and regulation under her family. And once she get past the A level and recruited for the national teaching in Polgolla, then she tried to get over from the gender inequality and under the patriarchy system.
Okay. Lal, you asked, okay, no, you are satisfied, no, with the answers?
Yeah, okay.
All right, thank you. And anyone, any other?
Chandrabose, shall I ask?
Yes, please. Professor Guggamurthy, yes, please.
It is very good study.
Yeah.
Actually, in one slide that Madhubhashini mentioned, because after getting the training college teaching, the promotion for the principal position rejected.
Denied.
Yes, I want to know the reason, whether you identify the reason for the rejection, because in our system, because those who have because the Sri Lankan Principal Service, they are conducting the examination based on the principals are selected for the principal service. Therefore, I want to know whether you identify the reason for the rejection.
Can you answer this question, Madhubhashini?
Yes, madam.
Yeah, this is from Professor
When I asked
Guggamurthy.
her the questions, she was a teacher. She was facing the principal exam and was teaching in Anuradhapura district. And due to the political reason, she was rejected from the service, even though she has passed the exam, and mentioned the reason that due to her maternity period.
Yes,
but
that is the main point you have to point out.
maternity period was, that was not considered. Maternity is, their rights,
Yes.
but it is considered and rejected on the basis of the maternity leave, no?
Yes,
The
it was a political
political
problem, but she was rejected because she was expecting her fourth child.
But she got through the exam, no?
Yes, madam.
Principal. Okay. That sort of reasons actually for when we are analyzing this gender-based studies, actually we want to try to identify the actual reason. That's why that is okay. Then there is violence against the women, no?
Women, yes. This is happened during the non-millennial era, no?
Yes,
Not
yes,
now.
yes.
Am I correct, Madhubhasini?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
Very good. Any other, likewise, any other clarification, any questions? Okay. It's a very good presentation, Madhubhasini, since you told me this is your first presentation, no? Am I correct?
This is second one, sir, but first case study.
First case study. Yeah, congratulations that you have made a very good presentation, very interesting. And please keep on, because your economics is your background, no? Economics.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, economic background. So congratulations for the study, and hope I think you can publish this document with a small clarification. And you can also talk to Mr. Lal and Professor Gogamurthy to update this as a complete paper and publish. Wish you all the best, Madhubhasini, for your nice presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So, yeah. So now we will go to the next presentation is by Dr. Lal Medavattagidara from the Language Studies of the Open University of Sri Lanka. His paper mainly is talking about the King Ravana in folk tales in Sabragamua in Sri Lanka. That's the main focus. His title is giving an elaboration of this paper. Lal, over to you, Lal, for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Chandra Bose. My presentation is a folkloric rereading of a collection of folk tales from Sabragamua, whose main protagonist is the legendary King Ravana. This is an analysis of a group of folk tales only. I do not intend to participate in the current perceived debate of Ravana that is out there in the open about his existence and about the conditions of his existence. This is merely a careful study of a group of folk tales from Sabragamua, which focus on Ravana. So, coming back to Ravana in text, as far as classic literature is concerned, King Ravana and Paris in Homer's Iliad, which is one of the foremost classics of Western literature, both Paris and King Ravana have one thing in common. They have abducted the wives of powerful kings and brought forth violence upon their subjects and territories. It doesn't matter how you judge this event, but in Sabragamua, Ravana is remembered differently. Sabragamua is considered, the folk tale tellers consider Sabragamua as the location where Ravana had supposedly lived, and though he is an anti-hero in Ramayana, in Sabragamua, he is remembered differently. My study is a study of. So, these folk tales are published under the title Sabragamua Ravana Janakatha, or Ravana folk tales from Sabragamua. They were collected by Gunasekara Gunasoma, a project which was aided by the Sabragamua Provincial Council with the hope of preserving the cultural context, traditions of Sabragamua. My study undertakes a close reading of those folk tales to understand how the modes of construction of Ravana, how he is created, and if there are limits of such endeavors, what are they? Before I go to my presentation, let us look at how Ravana is perceived or captured in the classic Ramayana. I'm only referring to the version that we are all familiar with. There are so many versions of Ramayana. I don't want to go into them right now. In Ramayana, Ravana is identified as the king of Lanka with 10 heads and 20 arms. He gained enormous power through extreme asceticism. Extreme asceticism has earned him invincibility from mortal threats. However, he has violated his powers, and one of the most significant violation comes when he abducts the beautiful wife of King Rama, known as Sita, and that brings war upon Ravana, who is ultimately destroyed in the final battle. I read these tales for what is called an unstated premises, in the sense what is meant by unstated premises are things which are not stated directly. What are those things? They are traditional notions that a group of people have about the nature of humanity, of the world, and of life in the world. I initially intend to only read the unstated premises in order to understand how Ravana is constructed and what do those constructs suggest about the people who told the tales, and of the material conditions that might have affected those tale tellers. Okay, so the unstated premises in the tales, or the worldview in the tales, go like this. According to the storytellers, Ravana comes from a very comprehensive, carefully defined royal lineage, which combines both Lankan and Indian royalty. So Ravana is a combination of Lankan and Indian blood. He, after a prolonged war with his own relatives, unified the ancient Lanka, and this unification had him expelling or killing any of his relations with Indian blood. So that makes him a very, very Lankan product, and he is known as a skilled administrator, compassionate, popular king. And after unifying Lanka, he undertakes a regional expansion, which eventually ends up him becoming a universal monarch, of course, with serious concern for environment and well-being of his subjects. Ravana's concern for environment is stressed in the folk tales. He is very protective of the environment and does not hesitate to offer very, mortal punishment for anyone who violates the environment. Ravana's 10 heads, according to the tales, are not physically 10 heads. They are rather a representation of his multiple intelligences. Those intelligences are named as follows: universal energies, language, law, military, astrology, music, medicine, techniques of flying and landscaping. Of course, none of those intelligences are carefully defined. We only have to imagine what they mean. At the same time, only 9 intelligences are mentioned unconsciously or consciously. Kidnapping of Sita, the main event in Ramayana, is carefully handled in the Sabargama folk tales as an event that had nothing to do with lust, nothing to do with romance, but it's an event that was in response. It's a sort of a very insignificant event that was only a response to an injury or insult caused to Ravana, nothing more, nothing less. In the sense, there was no reason to go into a bigger war, a destructive war due to this event. Of course, the tales also suggest a bond between the captive and the captor. So Ravana and Sita became quite close to each other during her captivity, and there's suggestion of sensual contact between them, suggestions. Ravana lost the battle, not because of his lack of military skills, but due to betrayal by his own people. And of course, the protective influence of Ravana still exists in Sabargama. The tale tellers narrate. So, what the conclusions and recommendations of those unstated premises are Ravana folktales in Sabargamu initially are a textual resistance to Valmiki's epic poem. This is very interesting because the resistance is carried out by common people and they are fighting a literary classic. We tend to take literary classics much more seriously than the common discourse, than a common folktale. So here we are. The common people have launched resistance to Valmiki's poem. It's interesting to know how. It's interesting because they have somehow understood the what is called the essence of the plot, and they have turned the plot around in Lanka's favor. So naturally, the Ravana of Sabaragamuwa offers Ravana of Ramayana a voice, alternative voice to explain his side of the story. And so therefore Ravana has been owned and possessed in the imagination of a group of people from a specific region. So they, most of these people are above 70, civils in civil service, and sometimes Buddhist clergy. So majority of, and sometimes females who are above the age of 70. So they seem to be holding Ravana through their folkloric imagination with lots of strength. For me, Ravana is a metaphor for a successful nation. That is, there is unification and control beyond Lanka. And of course, he's intelligent, very popular with his subjects, and he's environmentally friendly. And of course, he's very well up to date with technology. So the reason why I look at Ravana of Lanka in the Sabaragamu tales as a projection, a metaphoric solution to an ailing present condition. The present conditions are full of abuse, seemingly full of abuse and corruption of power. There is environmental destruction, lack of respect for environment, and one way of facing up to the present is to take people back to a glorious past. Where past is used to explain the present. So past is Ravana, a king who had control, who was intelligent, and of course who also had a genuine respect for environment. And here is the perfect role model in the past. Such role models are possibly brought because the conditions of the present are ailing. So that is my conclusions. This is a preliminary exploration of the Ravana tales only. I wanted to know the unstated premises that uphold Ravana. This study, of course, has to go into the next possible stage. There are so many stages it could go, but this is a preliminary study. And these are my references. Of course, I'll be more than happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Lal, for your wonderful presentation about the folk tales of Ravana in Sabaragamuwa. So it's open for a question answer session discussion. So anybody want a clarification or anybody want to say anything? And questions can be raised now.
Professor Chandrabro, this is Dipani.
Yeah, please.
I just wanted to congratulate Lal on a very interesting and full presentation. So it was very, very, I actually liked, Lal, your, the way that you have found parallels between the classical traditions of Paris and his quests, and then how you connected that to the Asian, quest where Ravana had evidently abducted Sita. So that was very, very interesting. Actually, this is sort of a comment and a sort of an afterword as to where your research can sort of, I think, because you're talking about the various avenues that your research can later take. And I was thinking that there are many very interesting filmic sort of representations of Ravana in Bollywood and Hollywood. So it's very interesting that the folk tales that you have researched on actually represent this subaltern or subversive view where that here now in the 21st century, these filmic representations also deal with, for instance, this bond between Ravana and Sita, as well as how Ravana and sometimes even his sister Mandodari, I'm not sure whether I said that name correctly, but how they are often the Mandodari, right? Right. Okay, right. So just to show how they are quite often the voice of the subaltern or the subversive. So it's very interesting that such now of course in filmic traditions these are represented, but it's wonderful and interesting to see how these were sort of figured out by these folk tale disciplines, like people who who are engaging in these folk tales, right? So congratulations, Lal. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nipuni, for that encouragement. Yes. Yeah, like you said, the subalterns have launched fierce resistance against a literary classic. That's what, as someone who studies literature, like you correctly pointed out, what interests me, how the so-called, in inverted commas, the common folk knew the plot, and they also knew how to twist it around. Like I said, they've given a entire massive royal lineage to Ravana. How they did that, that's all fascinating. Like you said, yeah, this research, this is the preliminary study. I just want to see how Ravana is represented in the region where he is supposed to have lived and ruled from, and then take it beyond Sabragamur. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lal.
Thank you.
Professor, may I ask a question or make a comment?
Yeah, Andy, you might as well go ahead.
Yeah, I think I'm sure we have Professor Chandra, but anyway, no, just to say, Lal, I would just congratulations on the paper. I mean, the one kind of I don't know, it's not even concern, but like a comment, I suppose, is that the Ramayana is also in a way a literary text, right? So it's not, I think we should be cautious in seeing it as a historical text. It's a different literary text, right? And so it's kind of, in a way, a conversation between two very different types of literary text. So I just wonder how you place it, not so much as a historical document, but as a literary text in its own right. I take your point. I think it's a very valid point. But I think, how do we kind of have that conversation between two very different literary texts in a way? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Very good question. Yeah, like you said, Valmiki's Ravana is a literary text. It's not a historical text, but folkloristic studies have revealed that literature and folklore feed into each other. Like King Lear of Shakespeare's, it's a folk tale. He took a folk tale and expanded it. So that is why it's possible to actually study the genres. Of course, I'm not saying that Ramayana is based on a folktale, could be, but what I'm saying is it's quite interesting how a very, what can I say, elaborate and a very Sanskrit literary text has been understood very well by a group of very normal people, and how they created a specific culture around it in a specific region. That's what fascinates me. As far as folkloristics is concerned, it is possible to meet literature face to face using folklore theories, because they both feed into each other. Folklore, just as much as literature is full of folklore, folklore is also full of literary devices. That's the way we folklorists look at it. I hope that answers your question.
Thanks, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Since there is no more questions, we can find out. Lal, for the deep analysis of your paper, and quite interesting. Everybody, something about the Ravana's folk tales were learned. Many people. So it's a deep analysis on your part. Wish you all the best, Lal, for your interesting presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Professor Chandra Bose.
Yeah. Tilanka, no, not there, no?
Yeah, I think Professor Veerakoon has suggested that we play her presentation in any case. I don't know if she's here or not.
And now she's also telling something, some issues. Anyway, now, if you have a recording, we can, record it, no? We can present it, no?
Yeah.
Our issue is the link. Sorry, only I also got the link only now. Yes.
So I don't know whether it is the same problem with Tilanka.
So shall I pay it now?
Hello.
Tilanka is around.
Am I audible?
Who is speaking?
I'm Tilanka. I'm sorry, my
right.
name has been mentioned as Sumudhu Vijayasuriya, but I would rather prefer to play my audio because I also had the same problem and just now I joined the session. I didn't have the link.
Okay,
so
right. Okay.
I'm in a rush and setting up the stuff, so I don't mind playing the audio and I'll join the Q&A session live.
Okay, right. Okay. Okay, right.
Thank you.
Shamira, I think we can play the recording, Shamira.
Hello everyone, I'm WAS Tilanka and today I'm going to share my research findings on natural disasters as an expression of the aggression, and the study is about the role of the local beliefs in post-environmental disaster-related trauma management. Forward, as you can see on the slide, this is how I have outlined my presentation. Moving to the introductory session, as we all know, disasters are defined as sudden events that bring disruptions to a society with human, material, economic, and environmental losses or impacts that exceed the ability of the affected community to cope with by using their own resources. With a special focus to landslides, disasters due to landslide hazards have brought significant economic and social impact, causing severe damages to life and property, the environment, and socioeconomic life of the society. Post-environmental disaster management is essential in ensuring the resilience of communities. And the risk perception towards a disaster does not only depend on the danger it could create, but also the behavior of the communities and individuals that is governed by their culture. Natural hazard only cannot create extensive losses and damages, but poorly managed interactions between society and environment contribute to convert natural hazards into disasters. Especially, vulnerability of community towards a disaster can depend upon the factors related to both physical and social elements of that community. Cultural factors influence behavior of people when facing to a hazard. During a hazardous situation, people not only consider the danger that they could encounter, but give a priority for factors like social values, religious beliefs, traditions, and attachment to a location in order to cope with the post-disaster trauma and to justify the victimization. Based on this understanding, if I briefly explain you the methodology that I deployed in conducting this research, the main objective of this study was to examine the role of local beliefs in post-disaster management process of Deniaya landslide. The research basically focuses on the problem of the mechanism adopted by the locals in post-disaster management, and an explorative methodology was used to inquire the qualitative and subjective aspects of post-disaster management. Basically, purposive sampling method was deployed to collect data from 30 respondents, and the sample included survived victims, family members, and the neighbors of the victims along with the key informants in the Adava area. The qualitative data were collected through in-depth interviews with the villagers of the area, and the data is mainly analyzed qualitatively based on narrative analysis method. The core of this presentation, I will explain and discuss the results of my research. Research now. The landslide experience in Deniaya witnessed how local beliefs can help people to solve the problems that they face within the operational area of that particular local beliefs. And when it comes to the Adava area, the hilly geographical structure, weather and soil of the area have created many inherent occupational patterns for the villagers. At the same time, more importantly, Gatabaru temple, which is famous for Gatabaru Rajuru Bandara god, is playing a major role in villagers' livelihood patterns and practices. There is a strong link between culture and livelihood, and there is an emphasis that livelihood must work within culture and tradition in this area. So the study identified a number of factors that are affected by local beliefs, which is a part of the culture, such as risk and vulnerability, access and control of resources, choices and success of livelihood strategies, the incentives that people respond to, societal norms, gender roles and relations. In post-disaster period of Deniaya landslide, the lost lives and the properties have made an irreversible impact on their social and economic life. And the mediation of professionals such as volunteers, counselors, social work practitioners from NGO and INGO settings and the government sector were reported increasingly in order to manage the post-disaster trauma of the community and to reduce the disaster risk both materially and non-materially. The most interesting thing that I came up in this study was that the community resilience mechanism towards managing the post-disaster impact indicates that the local beliefs narrated around Gatabaru Rajuru Bandara god have played an identifiable role in coping up with the post-disaster trauma. And at the same time, the community has very interestingly narrated a belief about this landslide which has more tendency to be a folklore about the community and this particular disaster in future to justify the adverse impact caused by the disaster. And this has been one of the major coping mechanisms that is associated with their beliefs and the cultural practices. Villagers have identified the damaged or lost lives and the properties as those who went against the customs and ritualistic practices of Gatabaru Rajuru Bandara god. So as I could see, the beliefs and the cultural practices and the rituals people are having related to Gatabaru god has played a major role in coping up with the post-disaster trauma. Further talking about the findings, especially it was pointed out that the people and their properties which were destructed by the landslide had been established in a non-eco-friendly manner by invading the area of God, which is called as Deviyange Adaviya by the people in these particular communities. By looking at the lost or damaged lives and the properties, community analyzes the disaster as an expression of the aggression of Gatabaru Rajuru Bandara god in order to punish the people to prevent damaging the ecosystem of Deviyange Adaviya. After the tragic landslide in Diyadava Deniaya, the community has started to collectively perform rituals annually to Gatabaru Rajuru Bandara god as a way of apologizing for what people did to provoke the aggression of the god, and to ensure that they will not be subjected to similar aggression of the god again. This can be identified as an interesting community-born local mechanism to overcome the post-disaster trauma in post-environmental disaster management process. Based on these findings, I would like to recommend few things about this particular study. Though the community has succeeded in managing the psychological and spiritual impacts with the help of their local belief system, the material impacts such as economic loss still requires the mediation of professionals. And at the same time, because of this, it's very important to integrate positive aspects of culture or their belief system towards effective post-disaster management mechanism along with the formal professional interventions of post-disaster risk management process. It is not commendable or acceptable that the local beliefs are superseding the professional interventions that are technically and systematically implemented in the communities. Therefore, it's very important to incorporate the professions and the professional interventions in a way that would incorporate the local beliefs and the indigenous knowledge of that people in the community to overcome the challenges that are associated with post-disaster management mechanism. Based on this, it is recommended to incorporate trauma-informed professions such as social work in post-disaster management mechanisms. And at the same time, it's very important that indigenous knowledge and the livelihoods and the ritualistic practices of the community people are not reduced the importance or not denied when the professional interventions are made in order to support the communities to overcome the challenges related to post-disaster trauma. These are the references that I have mainly used in my research.
Professor Bose, you are on mute.
Professor Chandra, your mic is muted.
Right. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Lal. Now, this presentation on the local beliefs in post-environmental disaster-related trauma management presented by Tilanka. Very interesting presentation. Any clarification, any questions? You can now post it.
Tilanka, Professor Chandra Bose, thank you for us giving this opportunity. Tilanka, very interesting. I have no idea your background, but we both tend to speak similar issues. If you are going to listen to my presentation in the following session, hello?
Patini, you are also talking something about yes.
So my presentation is about pre-disaster warning. So I'm happy to see somebody with similar interest. I really, I'm really fascinated by your presentation. And basically, I was talking about embodiment. Perhaps you can really highlight theoretically and conceptually how these, traditional beliefs can be incorporated or are incorporated in the human thinking. And also I like to really propose you to write a lesson for a module that we are developing on disaster management. Perhaps I'll write to you later to get your contribution for the development of this module. So congratulations, that is a nice presentation which really attracted me. I invite you to listen to my presentation as well. Hopefully we will be able to collaborate in some research in the future. Thank you.
Sure. Congratulations. Good opportunity, Tilanka. So you are going to work with Professor Anton Pierretta. Your background also the sociology, Tilanka? What is your background discipline?
And first I would like to thank, yes, sir.
Yeah,
sir, I'm from the sociology background.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay. Any other questions?
Professor Chandra Bose, can I ask a question?
Yeah. Okay.
Tilanka, thank you very much for your presentation. I am interested in folklore. That's what I want to ask in this question. You major part of your presentation is how this Bandara cult, Bandara Devio cult, in this case Gatabaro Rajuru Bandara, had played a serious role in what is called managing the trauma of people. But you did not tell us much about this Bandara Devio. Can you tell us something about this god about his creation and what kind of role he plays in the village affairs. I'm very interested.
Lal, he is very powerful deity in the southern region. So yes, Tilanka will tell more.
Yes, and sir, the most important thing is this area called Deniaya and Diyadava. This particular temple is located in that particular area. So their life is very much attached with this beliefs related to this god. He is playing a major role when it comes to the life and the livelihoods of the people in the southern area, and these people are very specific because they are like very much closer, like by proximity and through the belief system as well. Because Getabaru Devalaya is located in this particular area called Deniaya. So
Right.
everything like livelihood and everything is very much attached with their belief system that is related to this particular god, and they are doing everything by performing rituals for this particular god in this area.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Tilaka, I have a small. May I ask? I am not a sociologist. For a curiosity, I am asking. Are there any annual celebration for this? Getabaru
Rajuru Bandara
Bandaraya Deyo?
Yes, yes, sir, they have.
How
But
they
the
celebrate?
thing, so they are performing different functions like not exactly Shanti Karma, but similar type of rituals are there. But the most important thing is after this particular disaster, they have newly generated rituals very much like Shanti Karma to soothe out the trauma that they are facing and to with the wish of preventing such similar calamities in future, they have created new rituals to perform.
Okay. Thank you. The one more small clarification. This type of, the also found is common in southern part of Tamil Nadu. So they have the annual ceremony and consider them as is well protected from various aspects. If the farmers, they in Tamil they call Veeramuni, something like that, various names, and they believe rather than other temple, they believe these deios are protected, protecting from their agriculture activities, their climate, the weather, whatever the changes is, they worship and get the benefit of this. This belief is still is a major activities or otherwise the major festival you can found in the southern part of Tamil Nadu, Madurai, Tirunelveli, and so forth. Do you compare? You see any similarities with these Deniaya and in southern part of India? Any do you come across?
So actually, thank you very much for pointing out that I have not really paid attention to make a comparative study, but maybe I can think of it because I did not study that aspect, but it will be very much interested for me to look into that as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Is this part of the book chapter, part of the book published Springer recently, Tilanka?
No, sir.
With Professor Dilanti?
No, sir. This is the first first time I'm sharing it in a common session.
Okay,
yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Right, is okay. Anyway, thank you very much, Tilanka, for your wonderful presentation. Very fashionable presentation. I think you will be published very soon. Even we have one or two journal paper, biannual and annual paper. You can also send it to us for this publication. You should publish, a young person, you should publish, and this will be the center of the discussion in sociology in the future. So wish you all the best. And now we are concluding the session. And thank you very much for your all presenters and active participants, and encourage the young researcher who presented various themes on cross section of the social science this morning. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bose.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. I think we will take a 5-minute break and maybe start at Dr. Medha together, maybe 11:25.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, thank you.
Hello.
Yes, Professor.
Yeah. Now I will introduce. No.
Sorry, Professor.
I will like to introduce me and others. No.
You are the team convener, right, Professor?
Yeah.
I think you have to introduce the
chairperson.
Chairperson and all that.
Okay. Still, good morning, everybody. Welcome to join the parallel session of the paper presented for Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. There are around 7 papers to be presented from 11:15 onwards. And the chairperson going to be one of our senior members in the language department, Dr. Vivimari Venderputten. She's the very senior person, senior academics in the university. And she will be she will share the session for the all 7 presentation. That is also like this morning, researched on the cross section of the social science issues in various subject by the researchers, and some are very pioneer research, some are very theoretical, a few research on the very technical aspects of this. So let under the chairmanship of Dr. Vivimari Venderputten, hope I think you will enjoy your presentation and the question and answering session. I also asked everybody to involved in question and answering session. This will help the presenters to go for the further activities on the same subject or a different subject to do a research. And they can also, with your long experience, if you comment to them, they can, revise the paper and published. So kindly help them to do so. So thank you very much. This is over to Dr. Vivimari Venderputten to share the session for another 7 paper to be presented in this coming session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chandra Bose, and welcome to all the presenters presenting today. Just to remind you that the presentations will be 15 minutes in the sense that the recording plays for 10 minutes and the Q&A will be for 5 minutes, sorry. And during the presentation, please keep your mics muted. And just as it's over, the presenters unmute yourself and turn on your video so that you can answer the questions. Okay, so I would like to invite the first presenter, EASK Somaratna. Are you here?
Yes, madam.
Okay, so our first presentation is adaptation and validation of the connectedness to nature scale for use in Sri Lanka by EASK Somaratna, E. Lokupitiya, and M.W. Gunatunga. Over to you,
Madam. The recording can be played.
Yeah, I think Chamira is ready to play.
Do you know that we can measure our cognitive relationship with nature? Today, I'm going to present you the very first scientifically validated tool in Sri Lanka to measure one's cognitive relationship with nature. So, I'm Sadhuni Somaratna, representing Meditation, Mindfulness and Climate Change Research Group of University of Colombo. Today, I'm going to present you our scientific research on adaptation and validation of the connectedness to nature scale for the use in Sri Lanka. So I'll begin by filling you in on the background to connectedness to nature. Actually, this term, connectedness to nature, is a novel term in Sri Lankan environmental research. It clarifies the man's cognitive relationship with nature. To put that another way, attitudinal connection between man and nature. Furthermore, this relationship has two forms: implicit connectedness to nature, which discusses great nature of the relationship between man and nature, and the second form, explicit connectedness to nature, which discusses man's attitudinal connections with nature based on their life experiences and learning. I'd like to focus on your attention on this form from now onwards as connectedness to nature scale, which was developed by two famous environmental psychologists, Professor Mayer, Professor Franz. In 2004, is a tool which is used to measure man's explicit connection with nature. Connectedness to Nature Scale, or CNS, is a 14-item self-administered questionnaire. You can see here the 5-point Likert scale, which has been used for the original CNS. Studies on this questionnaire have been carried out in different parts of the world, such as in France and in China. We need to bridge the gap between studying environmental attitudes and pro-environmental behaviors. Therefore, from next slide onwards and during next few minutes, I'd like to put you in the picture about the methodology and results of adapting and validating CNS to the Sri Lankan context. As you can see on the screen, methodology can be divided into three phases: adaptation of the CNS, ensuring judgmental validity, and ensuring construct validity as well as reliability too. Also, you can see some photos of our research work on this slide. Firstly, we started the adaptation process. Two major tasks were carried out under this process: forward translation and backward translation. Forward translation was carried out to translate the original version of Orell's English version of the CNS into Sinhala, and again resulting document was translated into English, which we call it as backward translation. We followed ITC guidelines for translation and adaptation under this phase. All these translations were carried out by bilingual translators who are not involved as researchers in our research team. Two independent translators who were experts in the field of environmental science translated the original CNS to Sinhala. A third person who knows adapting process synthesized the first draft of the Sinhala version of CNS after going through both forward translation. As the next step, backward translation was carried out by another independent bilingual translator with expertise in local culture and environmental science, and resulted backward translation, CNSBE, was checked by three professionals in environmental and cognitive sciences. Also, the CNSBE was sent to one of the intellectual property holders, Professor Cindy Franz, for reviewing it along with the original CNS. Based on the obtained comments from both of team, initially synthesized forward translation was rechanged. Accordingly, backward translation was also changed. As the last step of the adaptation process, final synthesized forward translation was administered among 5 randomly selected Sinhala-speaking individuals. From this step, we tried to ensure the clarity of the content of the free Delphi version CNSS4. Let's now move on to the next section, ensuring the judgmental validity. Let me elaborate on the judgmental validity first. Based on judgments of a group of individuals, we tried to ensure validity of questionnaire, which can be simply defined as judgmental validity. As you can see here, we have divided judgmental validity into 3 groups: phase validity, content validity, and consensual validity. To ensure phase validity and content validity, we collected data from individuals in the community before and after the Delphi process, and also under ensuring consensual validity, we considered experts' judgments on our questionnaire. If I talk about a little bit more about the Delphi process, there were 2 Delphi rounds, as you can see on this smart chart. After each Delphi round, authors of this research article and external person evaluated Delphi scores and comments and revised the Delphi draft of the CNS. This is the general view of the scoring area of the Delphi document. Each statement of the questionnaire have to be scored on the 0 to 9 scale. Our Delphi team consisted of 7 members. This number is acceptable according to the Jones and Hunter 1995. As you can see here, under 3 criteria, they had given their scores for each statement in the Delphi draft. At the end of the Delphi process, again pretest was carried out, and this point, grammar and spelling errors were also checked. So at the end of second phase of the methodology, pre-final version of single version of the CNS was developed, and it was directed to the next step, ensuring construct validity and reliability. For this, we conducted a cross-sectional study along with our main study on meditation, mindfulness, and climate change. Exploratory factor analysis was conducted. Apart from that, reliability of the tool was also checked. As in the table, mean age of the participant was 44 plus or minus 2 years in age. 30 individuals participated in this study. So let's now move on to the very interesting section of this research presentation, results and discussion. At the end of the second phase of the methodology, we got a free final version of the CNS singular version with high judgmental validity. Especially at the second round of the Delphi process, around 91% of scores range between 7 to 9. We need only 70% of scores ranges between 4 to 9 according to DeSois et al. 2005. In addition to that, I'd like to say that checking the clarity of singular drafts of several times with randomly selected individuals from the community and contacting intellectual property holders of CNS in the middle of the process to clarify things related to questionnaire items were the highlights behind this high judgmental validity. On the right-hand side bottom corner, you can see a picture of the email sent by Professor Franz explaining some word phrases. Before conducting an EFA, we conducted some initial statistical tests as prior test to EFA. As you can see, we didn't have any issues with those tests. Therefore, we conducted EFA. There were no loadings for item number 5, item number 13 and item number 14. So we had to reject those items from the singular version of connectedness to nature scale. Then for the item number 4, we received a loading, but it wasn't greater than 0.4. Then we had to reject that too. Here you can see the factor loadings for each item in singular version of the CNS, and the total variance explained by the CNS singular version was 34.2%. Moving into the results related to reliability, before removing items, the reliability test indicated 0.81 Cronbach alpha value. It was improved as 0.84 after removing items. So this indicates the importance of removing items based on scientific reasons from a questionnaire when adapting it to a cultural context. And finally, here you can see the self-administered singular version of the connectedness to nature scale. We have abbreviated the name of this tool as CNS Sing. Even if the original version of the CNS consists of 3 reverse score items, in singular version there's only 1 reverse score item. That is the 10th item, and it relates with the 12th item of the original scale. So I'm now approaching the end of my presentation. I conclude that CNS is a valid and reliable tool to measure explicit connection with nature, and repeatedly I am highlighting the point that this is the first attempt made by a group of Sri Lankan researchers to validate an environmental questionnaire to Sri Lankan context. Future researchers can use this tool to enhance the effectiveness in addressing environmental issues, and this tool influences on bridging the gap between research on environmental attitudes and pro-environmental behaviors. Also, this tool's psychometric validity can be further ensured. Here are some interesting references I used in this presentation. I would like to thank my infield supervisors, Professor Erandati Lokpitiya and Professor Vasantha Gunatunga. Without their support, I may not be able to come so far in my postgraduate life. Also, my sincere appreciation goes to Professor Dilshani Disanayaka, head of our project. Funding acknowledgement goes to the World Bank AHEAD project. And thank you so much, AWAS 2021 team, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present our research study. At last, but not least, I would like to thank you all because it's audience like you that make presentation awesome always. I'd like to end my presentation with this inspiring quote by Albert Einstein. Look deep into nature and then you will understand everything better. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that very interesting presentation. The floor is open now for questions. Does anybody have anything to ask? I just have one question. I don't know if it's directly related to your presentation, but I was just wondering, is it possible to get attitudes of people simply by using a questionnaire? Is it not possible that they will reply what they want, what they think we want to hear?
Madam, actually this tool measures the explicit connectedness to nature. That means once their connection due to their experience. So I don't think, I mean, we can measure it in a quantitative way using a questionnaire. And that's okay.
But it might
yes,
not
of course, we
always
can do interviews too to identify connection between man and nature. But we need a measurement, quantitative measurement for our research work.
I know,
So,
you need that, because I suppose there might be also qualitative ways depending on your philosophy of your research.
Yes, madam. Of course, we can do in-depth interviews and focus group interviews as well to study connection between man and nature. This is a psychometric tool, quantitative tool. That's
I got. Also, the Sinhala, I was looking at the Sinhala words. It's in a very written form of Sinhala, right? Like Sinhala has like spoken as well as written. So I noticed that the language was very sort of high flown and like written formal Sinhala. So that might be.
Yes, ma'am.
I found it interesting that it's.
Actually, we did it because we are going to measure the experiential connection with nature, not the trait connection. That's why we used very formal Sinhala language in this questionnaire, madam.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comments? No? Okay, then. So thank you very much for presenting with us and good luck with your further research. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. Thank you so much, our team.
Okay. Now the next paper is paper ID 58, Leadership Effectiveness of Government and Private Organizational Performance in Sri Lanka, based on the Gampaha district. Chamuthi Chananjana?
Yeah, madam, I'm here.
Oh.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So we will be presenting your
Do you know that we can measure our cognitive relationship with nature? Today,
No.
I am Srijan Anjana. Today I'm going to talk about leadership effectiveness of government and private sector organization performance in Sri Lanka based on the Gampaha district. This is my overview, introduction, literature review, research gap, significance of the study, research methodology, expected outcome, and summary. So, research section and objectives. My research section is leadership effect to increase the productivity in private and government sectors in Sri Lanka. My specific objectives are to examine whether new technology affects the organizational profit, to examine whether the organizational leadership is relevant to the organizational business goals, and leadership. Leadership is the main goal that leads people in an organization towards achieving their goals. A good leader will always influence the employees to perform their duties and explain the vision and mission of the organization and importance of their role in outcome of the organization. A leader will influence employees' behavior in several ways, such as leader sets a clear vision for the organization. They can motivate the employees and guide the employees through the work process, and design leadership and organizational performance. There is a short and long-term effects of each style. In 1998, Wayne was said a level of labor productivity is said to be an important indicator of business growth. A suitable leadership style significantly enhance the labor productivity level. Okay, move to the next slide. These are the limitations of the study. It is difficult to study all the organizations due to the cost and time management. Due to the lack of proper communication, only very limited data were selected for the study. These are my literature review, and this is my research methodology and data collection. I interview from 180 employees were conducted on private and government organizations within 18 sampling organizations based on the Kampala district, as you can see in the table. So, in the survey, a questionnaire was distributed among the employees and targeted their past experience about the leadership, and open-ended questions were asked to clarify the given responses about the leadership and productivity of the organization, and I include multiple choice questions and open-ended questions to required respondent to pick the appropriate answer. So this is the sampling size and sampling procedure, and this is the file study. I was did the file study was used to test the questionnaire in order to eliminate the unexpected responses and misunderstood questions and problem associated with completing the questionnaire. And this is was the subject. The questionnaire was subject to the colleagues in order to give it face validity. This is the validity of the questionnaire. And techniques of data analysis. There are 3 techniques: demographic, hypothesis, and correlation analysis. So government organizational demographic analysis is needed, and hypothesis analysis in here to examine that there is a relationship between leadership and government organizational profit. It's not accepted since it's not accepted. There is no relationship between the leadership and government organizational performance. So, in the specific objective, to examine that the new technology effective to increase the organizational profit. In data suggested that there is no relationship between leadership and government organizational profit. To examine that leadership effective to support the business goal. It's not accepted that there is no relationship between leadership effectiveness and support the business goal within the government organization. This is the correlation analysis. The correlation between leadership and company profit is significantly relatively very low. As expected, leadership is not significantly correlated to organizational performance within the government organization. This is the private organizational demographic analysis, and this is the hypothesis analysis. It's not rejected. So there is a relationship between leadership and private organizational performance. As you can see, there is a p-value is lower than the significance level, so we can reject the null hypothesis. Then we can accept the alternative hypothesis. To examine that new technology affecting to increase the private organizational profit, it's not rejected. Thus, we can conclude that there is a relationship between new technology and private organizational performance. And to examine that the leadership effects to improve the private organizational business goal, it's not rejected, so we can reject the null hypothesis. We can conclude that there is a relationship between leadership and private organizational performance. To examine new technology is effective to increase the organizational profit, so it's not rejected. Since the p-value is lower than the significance level, we can reject the null hypothesis. We can conclude that there is a relationship between new technology and private organizational performance. So moving to the correlation analysis, the correlation between leadership decisiveness and private organizational performance relatively very high. As expected, there is a significantly correlated to organizational performance more than the government organizational performance. These are the major findings that there is a relationship between effective leadership and private organizational performance, and there is no relationship between effective leadership and government organizational performance. The study found that leadership effectiveness has a positive effect on private organizational profit, but there is a negative effect on government organizational organization profit. These are the conclusions. The study concludes that there is a positive relationship between effective leadership and private organizational performance, and negative relationship between effective leadership and government organizational performance. Effective leadership is hampered in the private sector profit more than the government sector. Private organization members show the high level of commitment to their work if they get good leadership practice. So, these are my references, and thank you. Hi, I'm Shrija Nantana. Today I'm going to talk about leadership effectiveness of government and private sector organization performance in Sri Lanka.
Amira, I think you need to stop the recording.
This is my overview introduction to video, which is the significance of the study, research methodology, expected outcome, and summary. So, research section and objectives. My research section is increase the productivity in private and government sectors in Sri Lanka. My specific objectives are to examine whether new technology affects the organizational profit, to examine whether the organizational leadership.
Maybe you can go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Chamudi. I think that this presentation is related to management. Are you from a management background?
No, madam. I had my BA bachelor's in social statistics. That's why all about I analyze data with using the SPSS and Minitab. So I think that's why you think.
Okay. So do you see? Do you know any reasons why you found the difference between government versus private? There was a difference.
I didn't get the section.
You said that in government sector it doesn't hamper leadership effectiveness, and in private it hampers, or was it the other way?
There is a more relationship between private sector profit and their leadership effectiveness, because they use their leadership methods very effectively for their employers
compared to
government organizations. Yeah.
So do you have any recommendations as to how to improve government?
They have to take the more opportunities, and they have to improve their employers
awareness
using the leadership, because government sectors are not very grab their opportunities. It's very low level, you know that.
Yeah.
So they have to grab the opportunities first of all. Yeah.
Thank you, Chamudi. Are there any? The floor is open for questions. Are there any questions for Chamudi?
Maybe not really a question, but I just wanted to ask Chamudi, like, so you were using questionnaires primarily and using that data to sort of statistically show us the sort of variation, right? So do you think there's something like the difference between the private sector and the public sector? Is there a way that you can also analyze aspects such as the stability of jobs, sort of depend like in the sectors, whereas why sort of leadership in relation to the other aspects of, I suppose, job safety or things like that, sort of that are very different in the private sector and the public sector? Because I was thinking, I mean, I'm guessing that you couldn't find so much of a correlation between efficiency, leadership efficiency and the public sector because of maybe some more varying factors also. But I don't know statistically how you would be able to sort of tabulate it, but I was just thinking about it. That's very interesting that you've like looked at it in this way.
Okay, so if there is no other question, we can move to the next presenter. The next one is investigating quality of life and trait mindfulness of skilled meditators by Nirodhi Dasanayake and her team of 8 other researchers. I'm sorry, I can't see all the names here, but yeah, Nirodhi.
I'm here, madam. Yes. Chamira will play your ID number 59.
Hi, I'm Niroti Dasanayaka, and our abstract is about investigating quality of life and trait mindfulness of skilled meditators. This is a case control study. As introduction, I would like to tell you what is meditation. Meditation refers to a set of techniques such as loving kindness, breathing, walking, insight, mindfulness, and etc., which are used to connect oneself to his deepest inner self. It can result in a range of benefits such as creating a clear, stable, and calm mind, increasing focus, self-awareness, relaxation, and tranquility. Most of the previous studies which are done in Western countries has found that long-term meditators are having significantly higher mindfulness variables and quality of lives. However, what is mindfulness? Mindfulness is the basic human ability to be fully present, aware of where we are and what we are doing, not overly reactive or overwhelmed by what's going around us. Okay, what is quality of life? Quality of life is the degree to which an individual is healthy, comfortable, and able to participate in or enjoy life events. Most of the previous studies has done on the short-term effects of meditation on quality of life and mindfulness. So, there's a paucity of data on the effects of long-term meditation practice on the mindfulness level and quality of life in healthy individuals. So, our study aims to compare the quality of life and trait mindfulness levels between skilled meditators and non-meditators, and to seek the association between population characteristics and the mindfulness levels in a sample of healthy individuals in Sri Lanka. Moving on to the method, our study design is a case control study. We recruited 21 long-term meditators and age, gender and highest educational level matched 21 controls. We recruited the participants who were above 18 years old, and the meditators should possess regular meditation practice for more than 3 years. And the non-meditators were selected if they have never or rarely meditated. We excluded the participants who were having any illness or chronic use of medication, and the smokers and pregnant or breastfeeding women were excluded. This is a figure that shows how we recruited the meditators. We contacted 144 meditators from meditation centers in Sri Lanka. After applying the inclusion and exclusion criteria, we found only 67 meditators. And these meditators were screened using an intake interview, that is, an interviewer administered questionnaire, which is used to identify the skilled meditators. So, we finally found 21 meditators which were included in this study. We used quality of life questionnaire which was validated into Sinhala, and the 5-facet mindfulness questionnaire which is also validated into Sinhala, and a socio-demographics questionnaire. Then we performed the statistical analysis using IBM SPSS version 23 software, and we used Shapiroval test to test the normality of the data. Then we used student t-test to compare the quality of life and the mindfulness levels between the two groups. And after that, to evaluate the relationship between quality of life and the mindfulness levels with population characteristics, we used Pearson correlation. Moving on to the results and discussion, 71.4% of the meditators were male, and this number is same for the non-meditators. The meditators had 42.78 of mean age, while the non-meditators were having 42.83 of mean age. Out of 21 meditators, 11 were married, and out of 21 non-meditators, 15 were married. 18 meditators were having tertiary education, while 11 non-meditators were having tertiary education. According to the body mass index, the meditators had 25.9 mean BMI, while the non-meditators were having 23.4 mean BMI. Moving on to the healthy habits, out of 21 meditators, only 5 meditators were taking alcohol. And according to the non-vegetarian diet, only 1 meditator was taking a vegetarian diet. Meditators were having 1.86 of mean hours of exercise per week and 6.27 mean sleeping hours per day, as well as the meditators had 2.25 mean number of hours spending outside. And most importantly, the total mindfulness level was significantly higher in long-term meditators compared to non-meditators. And according to the subscales, observing, describing, and non-reacting subscales were significantly higher in long-term meditators compared to non-meditators. But when comparing quality of life, only the psychological subscale was significantly higher in meditators compared to non-meditators. Somehow, the total quality of life was not significantly higher in meditators compared to non-meditators. As I mentioned earlier, 71.4% were male, and this might be due to the sex differences in motivation to practice meditation, or it might be due to the sex differences to participate in research studies. So somehow, most of the meditators had completed their tertiary education, which indicates that most of the educated people may tend to practice meditation, and they might achieve the skill levels within a short period of time. So only 1 meditator out of all the participants had a vegetarian diet, which indicates that the skill level of a meditator might not depend on the vegetarianism. So the total QOL was not significantly higher in meditators compared to non-meditators, but the total quality of life was only significantly correlated with the age. That means if the QOL is increasing, the age is also increasing. So these results are strengthen the impression that the mental health and behavioral patterns are influenced by the way people relate to their thoughts and feelings rather than by the form of those thoughts and feelings. However, meditation is a cost-effective practice which requires only commitment of time and is not influenced by age, gender, or any other factor. As a conclusion, these findings suggest that the long-term meditation practice may have beneficial effects on the dispositional mindfulness and quality of life. The demographic factors may act as mediators of the relationship between mindfulness level and quality of life. However, the findings of the study may lay a foundation to design meditation-based interventions, that is RCTs, which promote perceived quality of life. We did not look at the most effective meditation practice, and therefore the additional experience may lead us to refine the most effective meditation practice, and different instruments may reveal a various pattern of results. So this is the end of our presentation, and thank you.
Thank you for that, Niroti. The floor is open for questions. I'm sure there must be questions out there. Any meditators out there or non-meditators? Yeah, Nadira?
Yeah, this might seem like a stupid question, Nirodi. I just wanted to double check. So what you were saying was you looked at all of these values, sort of mindfulness, quality of life, but the primary data you collected from a questionnaire to meditators and non-meditators. Is that correct?
Yes, madam.
Right. And then I think, so you said the P, sort of like the P value for mindfulness, you saw that the meditators had a higher mindfulness, and whereas quality of life was not so affected. Is that? Oh, I see. Right, I just wanted to see, but it's very interesting. So when you were choosing, was it just through like, I'm just out of curiosity, I'm asking, like sort of medical center, like meditational centers, like were they like, I don't know, did any of your like respondents were like very religious, or were there monks, or like sort of I don't know, like, so we have this sort of ideal head, like notion in our head, like sort of monks that sort of meditate in the forest sort of thing. Did you come across individuals like that also?
No, madam, we actually excluded the monks because we need to apply our findings to the normal population. So we exclude the monks, and we did not visit the monasteries.
Oh, thanks. And I noticed, so if you were saying 70% were male, then the rest of the 30% were female, right?
Yes.
Okay, because I didn't see like a separate thing for the females, female meditators, I suppose. I just wanted to check.
Anyone else?
Can I ask a question, Nirodi?
Yes.
Yeah. I was just wondering, your subjects who are in meditation centers, what were the objectives of taking up meditation? Did they want to improve quality of life, or do they want to retire from life? Because I'm also trying to, like the earlier question, you said their quality of life, meditation had no effect on quality of life. But my question is, what was the original motivation of those meditators whom you analyze? Did they want to come back to life or get away from life?
So actually, they are meditating to obtain the nirvana. We just analyzed the quality of life from them.
Right. So they are religious minded and they have a goal which had nothing to do with worldly affairs.
Yes.
But you found when you analyze them that their worldly affairs are not exactly good. Is that what you're saying? Their quality of life. Because these are people withdrawing from life.
On the quality of life.
They are trying to withdraw from life, and I'm not sure whether you should analyze them for quality of life from such people. There are meditation groups who are out there to improve quality of life, particularly yoga-based meditation. That's my question.
Hello. I would like to add a comment on that. I'm Sandhuni. Hope you can hear me.
Yeah, Madam, Sandhuni is one of the members in our research team.
Yes, Sandhuni, please respond.
Yes, of course, our subject's ultimate goal was the nirvana, but we collected data from them about secondary goals as well. So according to that, there were physical development and psychological development. That's why we analyze quality of life of our experimental group. I just wanted to add as a comment.
Okay, any other questions, comments? If not, thank you very much, Niroti. Very thought-provoking.
Thank you.
And we'll go on to the next presentation. It's ID number 62, a study of nonverbal communication, symbolic meanings reflected in Bharatanatyam gestures. Amila Lokumanage?
Yes, madam, I'm here.
Okay. Chamira will play your recording now.
Hello everyone, I'm Amila Lokumanage from the Department of Mass Media, Sri Pali Campus, University of Colombo. Today my topic is a study of nonverbal communication, symbolic meanings reflected in Bharatanatyam gestures. My content is introduction, research objectives and questions, methodology, discussion, conclusion. So nonverbal communication is the process of sending and receiving messages without using words, either spoken or written. Symbols attempt to communicate something from the unconscious, the unknown universe, to the conscious. We assume that a symbol has an unknown meaning when we suggest it has a symbolic meaning. Even when we try our hardest to express the written part of the meaning, a symbol's main feature is that some part of it still left unclear. This study is based on nonverbal communication of Bharatanatyam gestures. Indians view Bharatanatyam as both a paradigm of dance and an essence of their Asian culture. Bharatanatyam means the dance theatre of Bharata. Bharata. Bha means bhava, emotions. Ra means raga, music. Ta means tal, rhythm. So it means Bharatanatyam is the dance which encompass emotion, music, and rhythm. For this study, I had two objectives. First one is to study the symbolic meaning of the Bharatanatyam gestures according to Indian dancing tradition. Second one was to identify the history and religious meaning of Bharatanatyam. My research questions was, what are the nonverbal communication implications of the Bharatanatyam gestures? How Bharatanatyam gestures connect with Indian traditional beliefs? So when we're talking about the methodology of the research was the study of primary sources related to Bharatanatyam. A research structure was formulated to enable an equal analysis of all the gestures, covering background and symbolic meaning according to tradition of Bharatanatyam. The initial origin of Bharatanatyam are regarded to be Bharata Muni's Natya Shastra and Nandikeshwara's Abhinaya Darpanam. These two resources are considered main resources in Bharatanatyam. Researchers used these two books as primary resources and analyzed Bharatanatyam gestures and their symbolic meaning and nonverbal communication implications through these resources. So analysis and discussions part. All dance forms are based on the 9 rasas, meaning 9 emotions, depicted in Bharatanatyam's Abhinaya. Hasya, Krodha, Vibhatsya, Bhaya, Shoka, Veera, Haruna, Abhuta, Adbhuta, and Shanta are some of the terms used in the Vedas. So in this study, we analyzed the gestures of the Bharatanatyam. So gestures, it means mudra. Mudra means gestures. It can be a gesture of mind, manas mudra. A gesture of the body, kaya mudra. Gesture of the hands, hasta mudra. Gesture of the feet, pada mudra. Gesture of the face, mukha mudra. Or a gesture of the eyes, chaksha mudra. So here, my basic study is hand gestures. So hand gestures of Bharatanatyam are classified as Asamyukta Hasta, single hand gestures, and Samyukta Hasta, double hand gestures. So there are 28 Asamyukta Hasta and 24 Samyukta Hastas. So let's see what are the
symbolical meaning of these hand gestures of these Hasta Mudras. Artha Pataka, it means half of a plank. This Hasta is used to show two leaves, board or a slab. Pataka means the second one, flag. Pataka Mudra is used to depicting clouds, forests and Denali. Three Pataka is three colors. So three Pataka depicts trees, arrows, crown and thunder. The next one is Artha Chandra. It means half moon. The mudra is also used to depict a spear, throat and the light. Arala means bent. The significance of Arala is used to represent drinking harsh wind. Shukatunda means parrot's head. Shukatunda represents a parrot's head, but it also means shooting, remembering one's abode and a spear. Mushti means fist. This mudra illustrates grasping as well as steadfastness and a combative position. Shikara means a peak. Shikara usually looks like a thumbs up sign and means the king or the peak or an armor. It is also used to show bow and pillars. Kapita means elephant apple. This mudra is called Kapita, which means goddess Lakshmi and Saraswati. It is also used to portray milking cows holding symbols or holding a flower. Kataka Mukha means opening of a bracelet bird or girl. This mudra is used to show plucking flowers, holding and wearing a necklace. Suchi means meaning. This mudra demonstrates the supreme soul, 100, or the sun or a city. Kartari Mukha, it means Caesar. This mudra is also used to portray opposition, anger, looting, and separation. Mayuraksho means a peacock. This mudra shows creepers, birds, and Krishna's feather crown. So when we concerned about these kind of Hasta Mudra, you can see most Hindu gods depicted in classical Indian dancing. God Lakshmi and God Vishnu, God Radha and God Krishna, God Shiva Parvati, these all gods depicted in classical Indian dance. As well as these all the dance forms, these all the mudras linked with the history, mythology, religion, and the architectures of India. When we talking about the Indian architectures, also we can see many sites has these dancing statues and dancing gods. The body language, kinesis, and non-verbal communication proves that Indian classical dance forms are really great, not only to watch, but also to understand the great influence of non-verbal communication in our life. Most people will associate these dance forms with antiquity and culture and practice unique to a particular geographical region or civilization. When the performer is familiar with the Indian mythologies, religious patterns, and history, the meaning of this dance can be deduced. One cannot actually understand what Indian dance non-verbally communicates if there is no knowledge of their special language. However, the importance of music is every dance, as well as the emotion aspects of Indian dance, makes it truly universal. Given that all of those symbols can be intuitively deciphered by an human being, and that the majority of them are archetypal, Indian dance as means of communications can be understood by nearly everyone in many parts of the world. So these are my references. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Amina. I just I have a sort of basic question. What was your research methodology?
Actually, madam, I used primary resources, 2 books, like Bharata Muni's Natya Shastra and Nandikeshwara Abhinaya Darpanam books. These are the primary books for the Bharatanatyam dancing. So, as well as these days, actually, I am a little bit expanding it with the interviews with the Bharatanatyam dancers.
Right, because basically, though technically, this conference is like a research conference, right? So you have basically read something and you're just sharing knowledge with us, which is already out there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to know whether you had done any contribution, new contribution to this, but it was just looking at some books and presenting us with the knowledge. Okay, I thought I had missed something. Anyone has any questions?
May I just ask? Thank you for your presentation, Amila. Most of us here are not dancers by any stretch of the imagination. I was just wondering, like, if you can explain a little bit about what the implications of your research are for people who are not dancers, who may not be familiar with the kind of interpretive gestures, etc., that you're talking about. Can you maybe share some of your insights onto that? Thank you.
The feeling is mutual actually, because I'm also not a dancer, but I'm a communication field and I'm studying the nonverbal communication. So firstly, I heard about these Bharatanatyam gestures and everything. I felt that this one is related to nonverbal communication implications, and every gesture has the nonverbal meaning. So I really want to research about this. So these 2 books are really important for this field, and therefore I took these as my primary resources. And I found, all the gestures are combined with the Indian mythology, religion patterns, as well as the culture, and as well as Indian nature. So if you, and we all know that music is a universal language, but when we're talking about the dancing forms, if you know the culture of their dance, and if you know the culture of their nation, then you can understand their dancing language. So then it will be more interesting. So yeah, there are many nonverbal communication implications, symbolical meanings in this dancing forms.
Thank you.
So I think once you follow this up with the interviews and all, it might, become enriched more.
Yeah, madam. Yeah, I can understand.
Yeah. Any other comments, questions? If not, we can go on to the next presentation. It's paper ID 73, emotion recognition, gender and face mask wearing during the COVID-19 pandemic by Oshada Pereira. Oshada, are you here? Oshada is not here. I need to see whether paper ID 73 is here. If paper ID 73 is not here, we can go on to 110. Paper ID 110. Professional and work-based knowledge sharing habits among the library staff. A case study of the Open University of Sri Lanka by Tinesha Nanayakkara. I think we'll take paper number 110 if 73 is not here.
So I'm here, madam. Tinesha.
Tinesha, yeah. So 110. Chamira, we need 110.
Hello everyone, my name is Tinesha Nanayakkara and I will present my research titled Professional and Work-Based Knowledge Sharing Habits Among the Library Staff, a case study of the Open University of Sri Lanka. My presentation outline is as follows. Introduction, statement of the problem, objectives of the research, research methodology, major results of the research, opinion and consequences of knowledge sharing, conclusion and recommendations, and finally references. Introduction. In early years, land, labor and capital were considered as the significant source of value, and it was transferred into knowledge sharing with the time. In today's context, knowledge management is considered as the important factor which can affect organization culture, development, and also the procedures. This study would therefore identify these tacit and implicit knowledge sharing habits among the library staff, since it is a crucial factor to consider with respect to the workflow of the library. Problem statement can be described as follows. OUSL library initiated to cater library services mainly to the staff and the distance learners. In the past few years, the library recruited new staff after the retirement of senior staff. Due to this retirement, staff changes occurred inside the library, and it was identified that entire tacit and implicit knowledge of the senior staff were not transferred to the new staff. Issues were shown in times that new staff handling library services activities. Actually, in every organization, there are approved work procedures that every worker should follow. With the retirement of the senior staff, the gap of the following up of procedures were identified. Therefore, several issues were arising in the inside the staff at the library. So, actually, library provides services such as lending facilities, document delivery services, inquiry services, etc. And more of the services are totally based on the automation system. So, some of the issues arose with the users and staff in providing those services. Due to these circumstances, this research was initiated to identify the knowledge sharing level of the OUSL library, professional and para-professional staff, and also to identify the knowledge sharing habit of the staff. Then the objectives of the research are as follows. First one is finding out knowledge sharing habits among the staff at OUSL library. Finding out the extent of knowledge among library staff, then identifying the barriers that affect the knowledge sharing habits among the library staff, finally to assess their opinion about the consequences of knowledge sharing. Then the research methodology can be described as follows. We have chosen survey method, and a study was conducted as a descriptive survey. And I used administered questionnaire, and it was distributed as a Google form. Total population sampling 53 was carried out, which yielded a response rate of 64%, and descriptive statistics were used to interpret the result. So when we consider about the major results of the research, we have revealed that majority 56%, which falls into the female age group of 31 to 40 years, they are also the para-professional staff, and 93.1% of the respondents have already followed the professional courses in library science, such as library information sciences. Then another major result found out was 96.6% agreed that their knowledge is important to others, and also 82.8% always prefer to share their work-based knowledge with others. The other major result is as habit, majority of the staff, which means 58.3% prefer to share their professional knowledge in person, and 25% like to share their knowledge in workshops. Then the next major results are total respondent. That means all the staff value unity, teamwork in the workplace, and among them 86.2 of staff are willing to listen to other opinions. Actually 69% of them feel comfortable when sharing with experiences with others, and 27.6% think that meetings are the most suitable way to share the work-based knowledge as a habit. The main barrier which was identified is the staff think that they are unsatisfied with the rewards given to them. Actually, it was 24.1% of staff are not satisfied with the rewards given to them. And 58% value the trust, an important factor when sharing knowledge as a habit. So trust should be considered. Then when we consider about the opinions and consequences about the knowledge sharing, staff members agreed that workplace unity with the knowledge sharing helped the library to improve the more effective day-to-day work. And also they have agreed that the library is in the higher place of knowledge sharing platform. Finally, they are in the agreement that knowledge sharing tools such as workshops, gatherings, storytellings are improving the services and performance of the library. So when we consider the conclusion and recommendation, I recommend that OUSL Library should extend employee awareness and training programs in knowledge sharing, and to transfer trustworthy among the staff and improve the trust among the staff, well-planned monthly meetings should be conducted, and group discussions, storytelling sessions and workshops should be arranged monthly or whenever possible to share new knowledge and new ideas. Then prepare rewarding policies is another aspect that to be considered by the library, and also proper motivation method should be identified and applied. Every employee should get time to express themselves. Library management should identify the capabilities of each employees and prepare procedures to get employee into the teams. The other recommendation is prepare a plan how to extract the knowledge from senior staff. Then the next recommendation is preparing progress manuals and updating those from time to time should be practiced annually. And encouraging staff in education for better communication and improve better services. Library management should encourage the staff in education. And the final recommendation is future study should do in this area, since the selected population is too small. And when considering the references, since there are no any researchers found related to the knowledge management in local context, only few of the foreign researchers included as references. Total 27 number of articles were referred for this research, and most of articles are related to organizations. And there were few researchers found out related to the libraries in this area. Then this shows the most relevant articles with this research. So that is the summary of the research work of my research work, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank all who gave me to share this knowledge, and I also like to give my gratitude to my supervisor, Ms. Kaushamalika, for her unmeasurable guidance given throughout this research work. And I also thankful to the Information Studies Unit for initiating a course for library science students in the country. And also I would like to thank all the staff members of the library for support given for this research work. Thank you again. So it's time for me to answer question if you have.
Thank you, Tinesha. Yeah, you're a student. You're not employed at the library, right?
Earlier I was there, madam, for 10 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and now I am at University of Moratuwa.
Okay, and you did the bachelor's degree.
Yes, yeah, madam.
Okay. You said you took all the staff members of the Open University Library, right? As your population?
No, not all the staff, madam. Only para-professional and professional staff.
All right. Okay. Okay, the floor is open for questions. An interesting topic about knowledge sharing. Any comments or questions? No? I just had one question about rewards. What kind of rewards are given to the some staff said they were not happy with the rewards, right?
Yeah, some staff have not admired or given any
encouragement. Is it?
Encouragement, yes, madam. That's the thing, main thing I identified.
Okay. Yeah, that is so important, motivation. Okay, so I'm thinking there's no questions or comments. No?
Okay.
Are you relieved? Okay, thank you very much, Dinesh. I found your presentation very interesting and it's very important also. Do you plan to share these recommendations or findings with,
Yes,
I mean,
ma'am.
you shared it here, I know, but maybe, yeah.
So I wish to continue the future in with other staff also in the other universities.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
And good luck. The next, so we'll go on to the next presentation. It's ID number 42. The role of Palmyra Cooperative Society in empowering toddy tappers, a case study based in Achuveli village in Jaffna. And to present it, Mr. Ramaya Alharaja and Dushanti Chandrasekharan.
Yes, miss.
Okay.
Nice.
I invite you to start your presentation.
Thank you.
Chamira will play ID 42, Chamira.
Thank you for the great opportunities. Research title is The Role of Palmyra Cooperative Societies on Empowering Toddy Tappers, a case study based on Achuveli village in Jaffna. In the content of the presentation, you can see the content. And introduction part, cooperative activities is valuable in sociological point of view. There are several cooperative societies are functioning in Sri Lanka for social and economic development, and Palmyra cooperative societies play key role among toddy tappers communities. We can define the cooperative as a person's united voluntary to meet their common economic, social and cultural needs and aspiration through a jointly owned democratically controlled enterprises. This definition provided by ILO in 2003. The Palmyra tree is used for several needs of human beings as well as people get toddy from this tree. It is one of the traditional job in Sri Lankan social structure, and caste play important role in Jaffna societies, and toddy tappering is a caste-based division of labor in Jaffna social structure. So they face lots of discrimination from historical time. they couldn't get reasonable wage and rights from high caste people because landowners were high caste people. The Dr. N.M. Pereira was financial minister in 1972. He helped to form a cooperative society structure under the Sri Lanka cooperative law. And the study identified the role of Palmyra cooperative societies in empowering Todi Tepper. And the research problem, Todi Tepper's communities face lots of social and economic issues. They discriminated based on their job identity because this job based on caste background. The cooperative societies provide contribution to empower Todi Teppers with so many challenges. The research objects, the main research object is to identify role of cooperative societies in empowering Todi Teppers, and sub-objectives are to identify contribution of Palmyra cooperative societies for the Todi Teppers social development, and second one is to identify contribution of Palmyra cooperative society for the Todi Teppers economic development, and third to identify barriers of Palmyra cooperative societies in empowering Todi Teppers, to identify solution for reduced challenges of Palmyra cooperative societies function. Final sub-objective is to identify role of Palmyra cooperative societies in education development. The research methodology, this is the qualitative research study based on Achuveli Palmyra cooperative societies. This is the one of the active cooperative societies in Jaffna. Data collection tools, the case studies, interview, field observation are used for the primary data collection work, as well as Palmyra cooperative societies magazine, books, research are used for secondary data collection, and thematic analysis technique used for the data analysis. The theory, cooperative theory and empowerment theory are used for the discussion phenomena and the research discussion. The Palmyra cooperative societies provide social security for Todi Teppers. It is a very important central institution in North rural communities. Palmyra cooperative societies form for prohibition and exploitation of Todi Teppers. There are 38 cooperative societies dynamic in north side of Sri Lanka. Most Palmyra cooperative societies are working in Jaffna district. And then economic empowerment through Palmyra cooperative societies. Achuveli rural Palmyra cooperative societies was keep 41.91 million at 2012. Now this institution produced more than 50 million sales amount per year. Achuveli is one of the big and active societies in Jaffna. And cooperative societies get per bottle toddy 80 rupees from people, and it sells for 100 rupees, and 20 rupees profit used for welfare of members. Achuveli societies was keep 90.5 million fixed in amount in 2012. Now it is increased. This table exposes the sales details among cooperative societies in Jaffna district. So you can see the Achuveli societies program, and Achuveli cooperative societies provide economic support to its members, and first is credit facilities. Cooperative societies rural bank provides several credit loan facilities for Todi Teppers community. And pension program formed by cooperative societies at 2006, and every above 60 age of members can get pension. Members get 5,000 to 50,000 amount pension through cooperative societies, and Achuveli cooperative societies follow organized rules and regulations, workplace injury and accident compensation payment based on affection of accident. Maximum compensation amount is 1 lakh. And social development of Todi Teppers through cooperative societies. Cooperative societies work as a tool of social change and social mobility. Jaffna social structure has a caste-based system, as well as Todi Teppering as also caste-based job. So cooperative societies help to mobilize Todi Teppers, provide unity, power and social status. Cooperative societies help to overcome the caste-based ill activity. And cooperative societies provide women empowerment through work training program, learn self-employment. Women feel increases their social status among high-caste people. Cooperative societies provide several social service to their members such as tree plant project and relief fund program in risk time. Educational service of cooperative societies, and cooperative societies provide education service also free school service. It is a free education expense covered by profit of cooperative societies. Grade 5 and O-level and A-level students gets education scholarship from cooperative societies. And cooperative societies expose one of the wonderful magazine. It is work for media work of cooperative societies. It's called Katpakataru magazine. Barriers of cooperative societies. Toddy tappers suffer to get social development facilities from government. They feel marginalized from other communities. Lack of labor force problem and labor based on work identity. Government doesn't focus Palmyra based on base protection export facilities. And conclusion. Palmyra cooperative societies work as a major institution among toddy tappers. It play key role in Jaffna social structure, and it prohibited an exploitation and provides sustainable income path to toddy tappers. And recommendation: Northern Provincial Council need to help research among Palmyra trees based communities and need to make a social policy for development and provide best monitoring for the loan and other social service program. Government need to provide support to labor's pension and other social security service. Its government contribute their social security scheme, it will be best. And this is the refer. And if you have any questions, you can ask me. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alaraja and Ms. Chandrasekaran for that. Is there any questions? Unfortunately, we are down to very few participants. I have a question for you. So, what exactly was your research problem?
Miss, thank you for the great opportunity. Because the toddy tappers are marginalized and discriminate community by other communities because it's a caste-based job.
Right.
So they based on caste-based work. So they have some caste-based identity and job identity also.
So these cooperative societies have been there for some time and they help.
Yes, miss, it's play key role because before the cooperation activities, they feel they exploit and discriminated more. Then it's less.
Right. So you found out the benefits of this the role of the cooperative. Did you use interviews as well? Did you interview toddy tappers? No.
Yeah, miss, I got several case studies from toddy tappers and toddy tappers, cooperative leaders, and other key informers also.
Right. Okay. Right. Nadira has a question. Nadira, you may ask.
Right, hello, Ms. Saragaj. I found the presentation very interesting, I have to say that, because I was very unaware of this sort of situation. So you said you sort of had interviews and had sort of observations. Did you find that since this is sort of like a caste-based discrimination also, that the children of these sort of toddy tappers were also affected, or were they able to sort of be able to have like a proper education and sort of, I don't know, aspire to whatever they want? Or were they also sort of being discriminated because they came from a particular caste in the system?
Yes, miss, it's a very good findings to my research, because the toddy tappers don't like to hand over this job to their children because the caste identity, but it's a well economic benefit job nowadays. But they don't like to hand over this job. Otherwise, the young people also don't like to get that role. So Sometimes it's based on the traditional job in Japanese social culture and Sri Lankan social culture also, but its future is face some struggle. Sometimes it's
There's a
not
stigma.
sustainable. Yeah, stigma related issue.
Yeah, because I mean, found it very interesting. You said there were 500 million sales. I didn't even know that there was such a
I was
strong
also thinking, like, if it's stigma, then but people are, that's really paradoxical, right?
Yeah, the
But it's
people bring toddy. It is not based on caste or something, not. But
yeah.
who are the main play the role in the toddy typers, but they face caste-based discrimination.
So it's a
no
caste-based, not because of the fact that it involves study. It's just
yeah, miss.
caste, right?
Toddy and Atkakola Universal faced any discrimination, but the people are discriminate.
But that's very funny because obviously there's a huge demand for it. Why? I mean, is it? Do the higher caste sort of expect like these toddy tappers and their community to sort of like take it all? Like, because I was thinking, you said like a bottle just goes at 100 rupees. I mean, what if they decide to put it at like double the price and sort of actually make economic gains out of it? Sort of not just take a minimal profit, but take more profit. Obviously, there's a huge demand for it. I mean, 500 million sales. They shouldn't be marginalized as such if they have a demand. So they can like sort of gain more income out of this if there is a huge demand. The cooperatives are connected to the government, right? The Palmyra cooperative.
Yes, miss. It's connected by government, the provincial government.
Very interesting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
It's very interesting too. Thank you. Thank you, Nadira, for the questions. If there are no more questions, I would like to go on to presentation number 134. And that's the final presentation of this session. Sinhala versions of the 5-facet mindfulness questionnaire presented by Ornella Outscoon and her PhD supervisors. Yeah. So Chamira will now play your recording. 134.
Hello everyone, my name is Ornella Outscoon and I'm a PhD student from the Colombo Medical Faculty. My supervisors are Dr. Santoshi Amarasuriya from the same faculty and Ms. Jeevani Herath from the Colombo Education Faculty. Today I'm going to present the judgmental validation study of the 5-facet mindfulness questionnaire we conducted as a part of a larger scale study supported by the World Bank Group. The construct measured through the questionnaire we judgmentally validated was mindfulness, which in very simple is living in the present moment. This concept of mindfulness is deeply rooted in the Eastern practice of Buddhist meditation, through which it is cultivated, and it was introduced to the Western psychological arena by Professor John Kabat-Zinn, who defined it as bringing one's attention to experiences in the present moment in a non-judgmental way. Currently, this concept of mindfulness is being utilized in many psychotherapeutic interventions, mainly including a number of forms of cognitive behavior therapy, such as mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, dialectical behavior therapy, and acceptance and commitment therapy. Quantifying mindfulness. Sound measures for assessing mindfulness is needed to accurately understand this construct and its underlying psychological mechanisms. Such measures are also used as outcome measures in evaluating the efficacy of mindfulness-based interventions. So some commonly accepted psychological measures of mindfulness are the Free Will Mindfulness Inventory, the Mindful Attention Awareness Scale, the Kentucky Inventory of Mindfulness Skills, the Cognitive and Affective Mindfulness Scale, the Mindfulness Questionnaire, and the 5-facet Mindfulness Questionnaire, which actually is modified by combining the aforementioned 5 mindfulness measures. This 39-item 5-facet mindfulness questionnaire, the FFMQ, was developed by Professor Ruth Bear and colleagues of USA, and their findings indicated a 5-factor solution to be the best fit for the scale. The reliability and validity of the scale was established by exploring its internal consistency, reliability, factor analysis, and convergent and discriminant validity. The scale consists of 39 items which are rated on a 5-point Likert scale ranging from 1, that is never or very rarely true, to 5, very often or always true. The FFMQ is currently understood to be one of the most widely used and comprehensive measures of one's perceived levels of mindfulness in daily life. The 5 facets or factors of mindfulness measured through the FFMQ are observing, which means noticing or attending to internal and external stimuli; describing, which is labeling one's feelings, thoughts, emotions, and experiences; acting with awareness, which is fully attending to one's activities of the moment rather than behaving mechanically or mindlessly while attention is focused elsewhere. 4th is non-judging of inner experience, which means taking a non-evaluative stance towards internal stimuli that one might experience. And the 5th is non-reactivity to inner experience, which is allowing emotions and thoughts to come and go without being interfered by them. At present, Sri Lanka too is seeing a rapid increase in the use of mindfulness-based interventions in its clinical settings. However, in Sri Lanka, there is a dearth of validated psychometric measures to quantify mindfulness in a meaningful way. Therefore, with the intention of providing clinicians and researchers with a valid and reliable tool to quantify mindfulness, we aimed at establishing the phased, consensual, and content validity of the FFMQ 39 by translating it and adapting it to the Sri Lankan context, and at exploring its psychometric properties in terms of internal consistency, reliability. In terms of the methods we followed, this validation study consisted of a community sample of 50 participants selected for a larger study titled Meditation, Mindfulness and Health through Purposive and Convenient Sampling. They were between the ages of 18 to 65 years and had completed secondary level of education. Those who reported a history of obtaining psychological and/or psychiatric health and experiencing learning disabilities and brain damage were not included in the study. The study was conducted at the Faculty of Medicine of the University of Colombo. All participants completed a demographic details questionnaire and the FFMQ Sinhala, which was translated and subjected to Delphi and pre-test processes by the time. Step 1 was to translate the original FFMQ 39 to the Sinhala language to ensure phase validity. Here we used forward and backward translation, which is the widely used cross-cultural translation method in validation study. First, 2 bilingual translators, one who was familiar with the concept of mindfulness and another who was familiar with the common Sinhala language spoken in Sri Lanka, provided 2 independent translations of the original FFMQ. Then these documents were synthesized into one by a third independent bilingual translator who was familiar with the concept of mindfulness as well as the common Sinhala dialect spoken in Sri Lanka. This synthesized version was then back translated to English by a fourth bilingual translator. This back translated document was then compared with the original English FFMQ by an expert group consisting of the researchers and the 4 bilingual translators. The resulting document was named as FFMQ Sinhala version A. This version A was then subjected to Delphi and pre-testing processes to ensure consensual and content validity. The Delphi panel consisted of 7 professionals in the fields of mindfulness and/or clinical psychology, and they rated each item on a 9-point Likert scale ranging from 1 total agreement to 9 total disagreement based on conceptual clarity, linguistic clarity, and cultural acceptability. This FFMQ Sinhala B was then developed using the expert feedback obtained through 2 Delphi rounds, and then it was pre-tested among a sample of 10 individuals who were similar to the main study sample to further ensure linguistic and cultural coherence. The time spent on completing the questionnaire was recorded by the researchers. Feedback from both these processes was used to develop the final Sinhala FFMQ. As the third step, internal consistency reliability was evaluated by calculating Cronbach's alpha coefficients of the entire FFMQ Sinhala and each of its subscales. In terms of data analysis, feedback obtained through the translation Delphi process and pre-testing were analyzed and used for developing the scale, and quantitative data were analyzed using IBM SPSS 23. Results and discussion. Translation, Delphi process, and the pre-testing of the scale highlighted phrases and words that needed alterations in order to enhance the conceptual and linguistic clarity of scale items. Phrases or words that needed to be simplified in order to improve linguistic clarity for those familiar with the colloquial Sinhala dialect were identified. The Delphi process moreover highlighted the importance of retaining certain terms that were altered during the translation process. During the Delphi process, all items received acceptable ratings during the first round, and the experts provided further feedback to enhance the conceptual, linguistic, and cultural coherence of them. During the pre-test process, participants commented on certain terms in 3 items, which resulted in further minor changes. All items receiving acceptable ratings during the first Delphi round and the low number of alterations required during the Delphi process and the pre-testing processes indicated that the cultural adaptation of the FFMQ Sinhala required little conceptual and linguistic adaptation. This suggests of less complexity in comprehending questionnaire items, which may facilitate higher response rates. The average time period for the completion of the questionnaire was between 8 to 19 minutes. According to Cape and Phillips, the average attention span of an adult is 20 minutes, and therefore the above time period can be identified as not interfering with the attention process that requires in completing the scale. These 3 processes collectively ensure the judgmental validity of the scale by establishing its phase, consensual, and content validity. Internal consistency reliability. In terms of sample characteristics, the study sample consisted of 50 participants ranging from 27 to 62 years of age, and 54% of the group were males. Internal consistency reliability was explored by calculating Cronbach's alpha, and this table shows the alpha levels obtained through the current study for each FFMQ Sinhala subscale, as well as the overall scale alongside those obtained at the FFMQ development study conducted by Professor Baer and colleagues in 2006. Normally, alpha levels above 0.70 are deemed satisfactory, adequate, and acceptable. And all our alpha levels too were above 0.70, and thus our findings support the internal consistency reliability of the FFMQ Sinhala scale. Finally, with our findings, we conclude the FFMQ 39 Sinhala to be an instrument with phase, consensual, and content validity and internal consistency reliability that can be used to quantify mindfulness. These are my references, and I would like to specially thank my supervisors and the experts and colleagues of our research team, and also the World Bank Group for their continuing support. And thank you very much for giving me your invaluable time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ornella, for that interesting presentation. The floor is open for questions. Is this in some way related to our first presentation? Were you here for that?
Yes, madam, it is. We are all from the same research group. No, it's basically 2 questionnaires. We are from the same larger research group.
Okay. Okay.
This too is a validation study.
Right. So this was all about validating the Sinhala translation. It's not about collecting data on mindfulness.
So it is like this. Basically, what we did is we took an original English mindfulness questionnaire, administered it among participants, got information and data on mindfulness facets, and then did our validation study. There was a data collection component, ma'am. 50 participants.
Right. That's what, yeah. But you didn't share the findings of that.
The descriptive statistics were there, madam. Age range of participants.
Yeah. But about mindfulness. Okay. I must have missed it. Sorry. Okay. But it was basically about the questionnaire and not about the findings of mindfulness among people, right?
I would say the finding would be that this mindfulness questionnaire is okay to be used in this context.
That's what I mean. The focus.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions for Ornella? Comments? Do you all hope to do one of those in Tamil language as well?
Actually, madam, since one of the objectives is for this to be used in the clinical setting and research setting, yes, that would be a goal.
Right.
Because, yes.
It's important, right? Because
It's important, yes, definitely. Because it can be used in clinical settings effectively then.
Yeah. Floor is open. Okay, it doesn't seem that there are any questions. So I will bring this session to a close. So number 73 has not come. Oshada Pereira has not come for the conference. So that is the reason we can finish a bit earlier than scheduled. Thank you very much, Ronella.
Thank you, ma'am.
And thank you to all the participants and thank you to all the presenters and the participants of the conference who asked questions and enriched this session. I wish you all the best and in your future research as well. So thank you very much. And we can conclude this. Thank you to the host and to Chamira and the team convener and the session co-chair for your help in this session. So thank you very much, and we can close this session now. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, miss.
Professor Nalin Abesekara will be chairing this session today. He is Professor in Management and the head of the Department of Marketing Management of the Faculty of Management Studies of the Open University of Sri Lanka. He obtained his PhD from University of Colombo, and he is the chief editor of Sri Lanka Journal of Management Studies, published by the Faculty of Management Studies. In 2018, Professor Abesekara has been awarded the Outstanding Asian Educator Award by the International Association of Scholarly Publishers, Editors and Reviewers. He has also authored and co-authored many publications, and also he serves as a reviewer of many high-ranking journals, including Journal of Services Marketing and Journal of Management Development. Now I cordially invite Professor Nalin Abesekara to chair this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sujivi. So we will start the session, and the track comes under the management. As you know, you already aware about the ground rules. First we have pre-videoed 10 to 15 minutes presentation, then followed by on the spot we will get the questions and answers. So we will start in the auspicious time. I would like to invite for the first presentation, influence of informal accounting records on financial performance evaluation of micro enterprises in Kandy district in Sri Lanka. This presentation done by YMPM Yapa Ratna and MDD Ishara.
Welcome dear sir, madam and my colleagues. I am Pabodaya Paratna from Department of Accounting and Finance in Faculty of Management Studies of Open University Sri Lanka. Today I am going to present a research study which was conducted by our research team. This study is about influence of informal accounting records on financial performance evaluation of micro enterprises in Kandy district, Sri Lanka. So this is the outline of today's presentation. First of all, let me explain the introduction to this study. Actually, the purpose of this study was to examine the impact of informal accounting records on financial performance evaluation with reference to micro enterprises in Kandy. Therefore, the study focuses on to analyze how informal accounting records influences on financial performance and how those independent variables impact on financial performance evaluation of micro enterprises. In this slide, I will move on to explain the key terms of the study. So micro enterprise is the first key term. Actually, the micro enterprises have been identified as the enterprises which has less than 15 million annual turnover and which has less than 10 number of employees according to the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. Next key term is the financial performance, that is the dependent variable of the study, and it has been identified as the ability of business to meet their overall financial goals. Accounting records is the independent variable, and that is actually entries of the daily transaction, which is including income, expenditure, assets and liabilities. Next, I would like to address the research problem. while we making the foundation of this study, we were able to identify that there are many problems related to micro enterprises. But among them, we selected that not maintaining formal accounting records as our research problem. As well as there are some similar studies have been disclosed that majority of SMEs do not maintain a proper or formal accounting records, particularly micro enterprises related to their business. In this slide, I have mentioned that some sort of international and Sri Lankan context example for this research problem. In this slide, we have mentioned the research questions of the study. First, the research question is, what are the source documents and primary books used by the entity? The second one is, what are the types of financial statement derived by the entity? The third one is, how do financial record impact on financial performance evaluation? And the last one is, what is the relationship of informal accounting records on financial performance evaluation? Then we will move on to discuss research objectives of the study. So in this slide, we have subdivided the topic into general objective and specific objectives. As you know, the overall objective of this study is to identify the influence of informal accounting records on financial performance evaluation of micro enterprises. But when it comes to specific objectives, we have constructed another 4 specific objectives. First one is to identify the source documents and primary books used by the entity. Second one is to identify the types of financial statements. Third one is to examine the impact of financial records on performance evaluation. And the last one is to determine the relationship of informal accounting records on financial performance evaluation. Also, under this study, we have constructed a conceptual framework which demonstrates the relationship of the independent and dependent variable. According to this framework, we identified that another 4 independent variables under accounting records, and each of these independent variables shows a direct relationship with dependent variable financial performance evaluation. So this slide shows the hypothesis related to the study. So depend on the conceptual framework, we developed 4 hypotheses which mentioning that each of these independent variables has a significant impact on financial performance evaluation. From this slide, we will move on to the talk about the operationalization part. So in this part, we have mentioned the concept, variables, dimensions, indicators, measurements, and the question number that we collected data, and the research support for each of these independent and dependent variables. Here we discuss the methodology part of the study. First, we mentioned that 2 sources which we use to collect the data, and then population and sample. So population was all the micro enterprises in Kandy, but as the sample we selected 240 samples with help of simple random sampling method, and the gathered data were analyzed through SPSS statistical software. From this slide, we will move on to talk about the analysis part. In this presentation, we mention 3 types of analysis which was run by us. And first of all, it is speak about the model fit. So, model fit interpret the relationship between model and the dependent variable. It explains linear correlation between observed and the model predicted value of dependent variable. This slide explains the ANOVA analysis. So it explains that whether the model fit is significant or not. But when it comes to theory, theoretically the p-value should be less than 0.05 to significant the hypothesis. So when it comes to this table, it explains that our p-value is also less than 0.05, which take as 0.000. So there we can see that there is a relationship between independent and dependent variable according to this ANOVA table. The coefficient analysis of this study explains that except mental accounting, all the other variables are significant. But when it comes to mental accounting, its significant value takes 0.076, which is greater than 0.05. Therefore, mental accounting hypothesis was rejected according to coefficient analysis. Here we construct a table which shows the results of the hypothesis. So it shows that 3 of hypothesis has been accepted and 1 hypothesis was rejected. So here the discussion part. In here we have mentioned the main purpose of the study, and also according to our analysis we have to reject 1 hypothesis, and all the other 3 hypotheses were accepted. So it has been mentioned in this slide by the authors. In the end of the study, we will recommend some sort of recommendation for the microenterprises owners, readers, and future authors. So first of all, we recommended that owners need to enhance the formal accounting records related to their enterprises, because financial performance is very essential part of every business. Also, literacy level of owners has a significant impact on financial performance. So it is recommended that to enhance the literacy level of overall financial education level. In order to do that, they can use continuous trainings, improving record keeping practices, and some sort of activities like that. In addition to that, the most important part is owners should pay attention to keep records, accounting records, in a computerized or manualized way, since if the all informations of the business in their mindset, there may be a loss of information, and it may be leads to problematic situation for the enterprises, for policymakers, and other related authorities. Therefore, these recommendations has been mentioned in this slide. So that is the end of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much for Yaparatna and Nishara for your presentation, because most of the time in the accounting we can see the influence of formal accounting records on financial performance evaluation. But now in this scenario you discuss about one of the important things very much related to the micro enterprises even in the world. So something on informal accounting, influence on informal accounting. So now we are going to open the forum for the questions. Any questions from the audience? Okay, now by looking at the study and all, where you discuss about 3 variables comes under the informal records. One is financial literacy. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Putha, what we can do, because here in the conceptualizations we discuss something called antecedent variables. So maybe the financial literacy can be considered as an antecedent for the informal records, because the lower the financial literacy, then we can see the problem with the informal, this particular sector. So you can revisit the literature and see whether these variables like financial literacy comes as one of the antecedent variable, right? But overall, I think this can be further developed for a journal publication as well. All the best, Putha.
Thank you.
All the best for both of us. Right. Okay, thank you. Then we have our second presentation, the impact of record-keeping practices on business performance, evaluation of small and medium enterprises. So last presentation also aligned with these micro enterprises. So here also they discussed about SME sector in the Matali district in Sri Lanka by Mubashira, PH Darshani, Nilusha, and Mr. Senavirat.
I would like to welcome you all to this session. The research topic for my presentation is Impact of Record-Keeping Practices on Business Performance Evaluation of Small and Medium Enterprises in the Matale District, Sri Lanka. Myself, M.M. Mubashira, P.H. Darshani, V.N. Nilusha, and W.A.R. Senaviratne are the authors for this research. The outlines for this research: research purpose, introduction to the research problem, theoretical framework, methodology, data analysis, findings and discussion. Research purpose: to evaluate the impact of record-keeping practices on business performance evaluation of small and medium enterprises in the Matale district. An introduction to the research. The small-medium enterprise sector has been recognized as an important driven force of Sri Lanka as it contributes to economic growth, regional development, employment generation, and poverty reduction. Also, the SME sector helps in transforming lagging regions into emerging regions of prosperity. Ministry of Industry and Commerce, 2016. Accounting record-keeping practices give information to the stakeholders of SMEs to evaluate their financial performance in a given period of time. The research problem. The main problem in financial management concerns of SMEs is insufficient record-keeping practices, incompetent use of accounting information to support the financial decision-making, and the low quality and consistency of financial facts. Karunananda and Jayamaha, 2011. Economic decisions made by entrepreneurs will be more productive when complete and relevant information are provided through accounting practices by SMEs, according to Madara Peruma and Manavadu, 2006. Therefore, it has been recognized that appropriate accounting information is important for successful management of any business entity, whether large or small. European Commission, 2008. The place of sound accounting and internal control system of any enterprises, regardless of its scale, cannot be overstated. A vast majority of SMEs cannot afford the complication of a detailed accounting system, even if they wish to have one. Hence, the existence of single entry in books and in some cases incomplete records. On Apollo ETAL, 2014. Audits of SMEs have proven to be among the most worrisome for professional accountants, as the internal controls are inadequate. But for statutory demands, SMEs hardly provide critical thoughts to the process of sound accounting. Yet the insufficiency and incompetence of accounting processes have been answerable for ultimately failure of a host of them. Aramu and Adayumi, 2011. Based on the problem, the following research question is formulated. To what extent do accounting record-keeping practices influence the organizational performance evaluation in Sri Lanka? Other research questions are: how do record-keeping practices impact on performance evaluation? How do proper accounting records help to achieve the organization's goal? What is the role of record keeping to the growth and survival of SMEs? What is the relationship between record keeping practices and performance evaluation of the business? According to literature and problem statement, a conceptual model constructs the research framework. This model represents the relationship between accounting practices and organizational performance evaluation. The conceptual framework for the research is this. Theoretical framework. This research is based on the theory decision useful information. Decision useful information is the fundamental objective of financial reporting. Decision usefulness approach to financial reporting is an approach to the preparation of financial accounting information that places emphasis on the theory of investor decision making in order to infer the nature and types of information that investors need. Shankri and Dandago 2013. Research methodology for my research. Research approach deductive. Methodological approach quantitative. Research purpose explanatory. Research strategy survey. Data source from primary and secondary. Population SMEs in the Matley district. Sample population 146. Sampling technique simple random sampling technique. Data collection tool via self-administered questionnaires. Measurement of response through 5-point Likert scale and data analyzing was from SPSS. Number of questionnaires distributed was 200 and received completed questionnaires 146. Data analysis. Approximately 59.1% of the male and 40.9% of female started their own business in Mathale district. Most of them are sole proprietors running manufacturing businesses. The majority sample respondents were married. Their ratio is 67.3%. However, 32.7% of SME owners were bachelors. This reflects that they have started business in the early stage of their lives. This is good reflection of their potentiality well-run established business in the long run. The largest proportion of the respondents represent age category of 41 to 50. It is assumed that these business owners are well versed with business experiences. Age category 31 to 40 represent 34.3%, which is the second highest proportion, and the lowest age respondents are identified as the age category above 50 years and 18 to 30 years. They represent just 12%. This shows young and old people have very low tendency to start their own business. As shown in the graph, 16% have passed the ordinary level. Satisfactorily, 52% of the respondents have passed advanced level. This is a good indicator that these owners have fairly reasonable education background to run a long-term business. 21% of the respondents have obtained diploma and 11% have passed out the university with a degree. The graph shows that 86% of the businesses are sole proprietorship. Partnerships, private limited liabilities occupy 13% of the sample. Results and discussion. Table 1. Cronbach's alpha of independent and dependent variables. The variable accounting record keeping procedures shows Cronbach's alpha of 0.872. Proper accounting records 0.810. Preparation of financial statement 0.779 and business performance evaluation 0.834. The table shows that the alphas were all well above 0.70. Therefore, the data gathered from selected record-keeping practices of SMEs related questionnaires were considered as the reliable data. Table 2. Testing Pearson correlation coefficient. According to the table, all the independent variables are significantly correlated with dependent variable. Table 3. Regression analysis. According to the table, the significant variables are proper accounting records, preparation of financial statements. Accounting record procedure is not significant in this study. Multiple regression. It can be seen that all the three independent variables are entered simultaneously for the analysis as the researcher selected the enter method. Overall fit of the model. The R-square value in this case is 0.743, which tells us that the three independent variables in this model account for 55.2% variance in the business performance. So it can be concluded that this is a moderately good model. We can summarize that the independent variable record-keeping practices account for 54.6% of the dependent variable business performance. Findings and discussion. Initial pre-assumption was that there are significant and positive relationships between record-keeping practices and business performance evaluation. But the regression analysis showed a positive and significant relationship for only two variables, proper accounting records and preparation of financial statements. So it can be concluded that accounting record procedures have no positive or significant relationship with business performance. Reasons. The SME business owners do not give much attention to formal accounting record procedures, whereas limited liability company gives much attention to accounting record procedures. Sometimes SME owners may think cost of financial record procedures are greater than the benefit. Some recommendations from this study. Training programs for SME owners should be organized by institutions and other bodies which are responsible for SMEs development for those operators who do not have technical knowledge in the accounting field to come to grip with it and provide some SME specific accounting guidelines for accounting computation practices to adopt. The institutions responsible for SMEs should develop accounting software package for SMEs and introduce them to the SMEs owners to enable them to function in this modern world. And my final recommendation is SMEs owners should obtain a basic accounting knowledge as to maintain some records properly, as well as engage the service of SMEs professionals who will be able to keep proper record and prepare relevant financial report at a minimal cost for the business, banks and other parties. Thank you for your patience and cooperation. Best wishes.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, because currently in Sri Lankan context, we always talking about the importance of the SME sector, because for the contribution of the gross domestic product, the SME sector, where it contribute more than 50%, even for the employment. I can see the presenters, Shankar and all the presenters are here. Now, by looking at the study, I think you just discussed whatever the most influential variables. So I'm just asking the questions from the audience first. Then I will ask specific only one question, right? So open for the audience for the questions.
Nalin, I'm Shampika here.
Yes, Shampika. Yes.
Yes, I have a small, this is actually not a question, a small comment. I hope that you will take that as a constructive comment. Your topic is, what is the topic? I can't remember the exact topic now. So now, anyway,
the topic is impact of record keeping practices on business performance evaluation of small and medium enterprises in Mathare district in Sri Lanka.
Yes, performance evaluation, business performance evaluation has been taken as the dependent variable. So it's a very interesting topic. Anyway, now when you look at the dimensions and the variables that you have considered in this conceptual framework, I think that's better if you could have ended up with performance evaluation. Sorry, business performance rather than going for performance evaluation, because evaluation is from an evaluator's point of view. It may be a bank or any other financial institution or any other third party that is going to analyze or evaluate the performance. If you can consider that as performance evaluation, yes, I think that is perfectly correct. But the dimensions that you have considered. Yes, that is a comment that I can give. And also I have a small question. Now, once again, I'm not that gender biased, right? So I observed in your sample, there are about 41% of female entrepreneurs, right? So maybe that you have not done any analysis pertaining to that, but I'd like to ask your insight about any differences you observed between this male and female.
Not at all, madam. Actually, this time, due to this COVID pandemic, we couldn't go and collect information directly, and I couldn't meet the entrepreneurs. So everything was in the internet base. So in future, I would like to go to those extents for my research, hopefully, ma'am.
Any insight about that? Any, based on your understanding about the topic, anything that you can explain about this gender difference? No, right, okay, okay. Perfectly okay. So congratulations, you have done a very good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Champika, for your comment. I think the same thing with the evaluation word I just want to raise. And by looking at the study, now you have run the multiple regression. So what about the R-square value?
R-square value. I have mentioned it.
No, I'm just asking that because, you know, if you run the multiple regression, the R-square will tell you what might be the repercussion in between the independent and dependent variables. It will give you a kind of a ideology where the performance, organization performance, there can be many variables affected. It can be leadership, it can be thousands of variables. By looking at the R-square value, we can see whether what sort of a influence you have from your independent variables. So I think in your coming studies, coming research, whatever it is, you can study about that as well. But overall, we are really happy, as clearly mentioned by Dr. Champika, the Department of Accountancy as a team, we have done a very good study under Asanka Seniviratna. So this sort of a collaboration we always like to initiate in our faculty and in the university. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Pita. Then we have our third presentation, factors affecting entrepreneurial intention among female undergraduate in Sabargama University of Sri Lanka by DMD Rika.
My research topic is factors affecting entrepreneurial intention among female undergraduates in Sabargama University of Sri Lanka. Let's move to the introduction. Entrepreneurship can be considered as a psychological process that entails creativity and conceptualization. So due to this current health crisis and high employment rate, labor market increasingly require multidisciplinary undergraduates with entrepreneurial intention. So this entrepreneurial intention can be considered as a development tool for many countries, not only for the developing countries, for the developed countries as well. It has been identified that creating a positive understanding of the minds of the people with entrepreneurial intention leads to accelerate economic growth. So we have to create people who have strong conscious mind that focus on entrepreneurial intention. So when it comes to the undergraduates, management students are quite special because they always deal with the management perspectives, business perspectives. So management students have much potential for fostering entrepreneurial skills and the development of entrepreneurship. So among many undergraduates in management discipline, many of them are represent female undergraduates. So according to the data of 2018 in University Grant Commission, it is proved that many of management undergraduates are female students. So this research mainly focused on female undergraduates because of this purpose. Let's move to the problem statement. Even though university curriculum focus on entrepreneurship, it is recognized that creating successful female undergraduate entrepreneurs is still controversial in Sri Lankan context. It's because of the limitations of entrepreneurial culture in Sri Lanka. So there are few persons are motivated to start new business with creativity and innovation while bearing risk. So management undergraduates also reluctant to take risk, and many of them they don't want to become entrepreneurs. But developing an entrepreneurial mindset is not difficult task if the authorized parties use proper strategies, then they can make it reality. Even though and becoming an entrepreneur has considered as a difficult task, it is a timely needed task. So this research based on this purpose and analyze what are the factors affecting for the female undergraduates entrepreneurial intention. In addition to that, entrepreneurial intention has been widely discussed. There are only few studies have been done regarding the entrepreneurial intention, especially for the management undergraduates female students. Therefore, the purpose of this research is to examine the factors affecting entrepreneurial intention of female undergraduates in Faculty of Management Studies, Sabaragamu University of Sri Lanka. This is the research objective, to examine the factors affecting on entrepreneurial intention of female undergraduates in Faculty of Management Studies, Sabaragamu University of Sri Lanka. Let's move to the literature review. According to the theory of planned behavior, there are three constructions which determine the intention and which lead to the people's behavior. Those are attitudes, subjective norms, and perceived behavior control. Garcia and Moreno in 2010 stated that co-entrepreneurial intention model confronted by the subjective norms, entrepreneurial attitude, and perceived self-efficacy. Pereira and Nishant in 2020 argued that education has an important role in entrepreneurial intention of individuals. So based on that, these are the constructions of this research: subjective norms, attitudes, and perceived behavior control, which was taken from the theory of planned behavior. Let's move to the methodology. Under the methodology, the first one is conceptualization. So as I said you in the literature review, theory of planned behavior has been generally shown a significant predictor of both intention and the behavior. The constructive predictors of the intention according to the theory of planned behavior are subjective norms, attitudes, perceived behavior control. Based on that, the concept was developed. So in the conceptual framework, attitude, subjective norms, perceived behavior control are the independent variables. Entrepreneurial intention is the dependent variable. So under the methodology, research approach is quantitative research approach, research design is explanatory research designing, population is female undergraduates of the Faculty of Management Studies, Sabarakamu University of Sri Lanka. Sampling method is convenience sampling method. Sample is 183 female undergraduates. Let's move to the data analysis and presentation. Under that, the first one is sample composition. So you can see the sample composition according to the degree program wise. There are 7 degree programs in Faculty of Management Studies, Sabarakamu University of Sri Lanka. The second one is descriptive statistic. So the standard mean value and the standard deviation of entrepreneurial intention can be shown in this table. So the mean value is 2.77 and the standard deviation is 0.781. Let's move to the reliability analysis. So the chronometer's value are above than the 0.7, so the reliability test is accepted. KMO measures of sampling adequacy are above than the 0.5, so validity test is accepted. Test of parametric assumption. Under that, first one is normality. So according to the Sekalan, if the skewness value and the cortices value are between +2 to -2, this test of normality is accepted. So according to this, entrepreneurial intention skewness values and the cortices value are above between +2 to -2, and under the multicollinearity, VIF values are below than the 5, so multicollinearity test is accepted. Let's move to the correlation analysis. So for the attitude, subjective norms, perceived behavior control positively and significantly associate with the entrepreneurial intention with the significant value of 0.000. Let's move to the regression analysis. Under that, first one is model summary. Adjusted R-square value is 0.62. That represent 62% of the variation in entrepreneurial intention determined by the 3 constructive predictors of attitude, subjective norms and perceived behavior control. Under the significance value is value of 0.000. So we move to the regression equation. So under the regression equation, all the values of attitude, subjective norms and perceived behavior control are positive, unstandardized coefficient beta value. So it can be concluded that attitude, subjective norms, perceived behavior control positively affect on entrepreneurial intention of female undergraduates in Sabarakamu University of Sri Lanka Faculty of Management Studies. Finally, we have come to the discussion and conclusion. So under the discussion, it is visualized that students are willing to engage in the entrepreneurship with the mean value of 2.77, and all the values, all the variables are mean entrepreneur attitudes, subjective norms, perceived behavior control positively affect on entrepreneurial intention. So Pereira also found that there's a positive relationship between attitude and perceived behavior control with the entrepreneurial intention. And also, as per with the study result, Linan and Chen in 2019 also found that social norms have significant effect on entrepreneurial intention. So this study result are matched with many past research studies results. So at the conclusion, this study identified female undergraduate entrepreneurial intentions in Sri Lanka. So this study analyzed women entrepreneurship, their opinion and their intention towards entrepreneurship. So the questionnaire developed based on the past research and collect data from the management undergraduates in Faculty of Management Studies, Sabarakamu University of Sri Lanka. So the study result can be used by many the study result valuable for many parties, for the authorities, government and other relevant parties who are making policy decisions can be used this study result to make their policy decisions. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, Buddha, thank you very much, Chaturika, for your vividly elaborated presentation. So you discuss the factors affecting for entrepreneurial intention among female undergraduates in Sabaragama University. So another very valid presentation, because what you know currently in Sri Lankan concern, the particular contribution of female is around 35% for the workforce. So one of the economics in Bangladesh, he argued, especially in the Asian context, the women participation is a bit low. Even India, Bangladesh and all, it's around 20 to 25%. One of the economics in Bangladesh, he argued, if Bangladesh can take 10% more women for the economy, then they can increase the GDP by 1%. 10% more women for the economic contribution, they can increase the GDP, gross domestic product, by 1%. So your argument is very valid. I have one particular observation, Putta, now by looking at the entire study, where now the argument and all, now in the recommendations, say like in Sri Lanka now, the industry, they ask you to recommend certain things by looking at the findings. What sort of things you are going to recommend?
So actually, by looking at the study result, we can recommend some things. As example, we can conduct some awareness program to change the women's attitudes, and we can have discussions between the women community to change their perspectives towards entrepreneurships. And
but here you only concentrate for the undergraduate level. So I'm asking about what sort of managerial implications you have. Say now,
Yes,
the industry people, they're asking from you, what are the things, takeaways from your study?
So, yes, sir. When it comes to the undergraduate level, sir, for management students, they obviously have entrepreneurship course. So within that course, we can implement some training programs. We can ask them to do some innovation things. Then it will lead to the for the students to become an entrepreneur, sir.
But unfortunately, university system not producing many entrepreneurs, even
Yes,
though we
sir.
have many programs. So,
Yes,
but
sir.
what you suggest, yeah, we can take into considerations as certain managerial implications. Thank you, Putta. And any question from the audience?
Professor Nalin, once again,
Please,
Champika
Dr.
here.
Champika, yes.
So I'm going to change my research area to now gender, right? So once again, there's a small question. Now, Chaturika, now your research is very interesting. Your study is very interesting. Now, here your focus is female undergraduates, right? Now, in your literature also, I noticed that you explained that risk acceptance level, right? So, you know, in countries, Asian countries, especially like Sri Lanka, the risk acceptance level, or otherwise the risk bearing capacity of male and female, there's a big difference between that. So usually the risk acceptance level of female is lesser than male. So in that, if that is the case, and in your literature also brought forward that, so can I ask why you have not considered that into your analysis?
Yes, ma'am. And not only risk, there are many factors affecting for the entrepreneurship intention, such as education and all. But actually, ma'am, due to time constraint, I just took those three variables and hope to extend my study for the next and other variables as well.
Okay, thank you. I think it's very important that because risk acceptance level is one of the most important variable when it comes to these gender studies. So better if you can put that also in your future studies. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Nalin.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Champika, because that is very important. Always undergraduate, we are very famous for protesting, asking for jobs from the government. Even though we get the free education, credit should go for Dr. C.W.W. Kannangara. We get whatever the O-level education, A-level education free of charge. Then university also 4 years free of charge. Then again we are asking for a job from the government. But your study is one of the good eye-opener. for the entire community. Okay, Buddha, all the best.
Thank you,
for
sir.
your future endeavors.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Then we have our next presentation, the effect of electronic service quality on customer satisfaction in telecommunication industry in Sri Lanka during pandemic situation, conducted by CA Fernando and Ms. Ishara Lakmal.
Open University Research Sessions 2021. I am CA Fernando from the Department of Marketing Management, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Welcome to the presentation of the extended abstract on the topic of the effect of electronic service quality on customer satisfaction in telecommunication industry in Sri Lanka during coronavirus outbreak period. This was supervised by Mrs. A.I. Lakmali, lecturer from the Department of Marketing Management, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Contents of this presentation are introduction, research aims, conceptual framework of the study, methodology, results, conclusions and recommendations, limitations, future research directions, references. Introduction. With the advancement of information and communication technology in the recent past, there can be seen a heightened tendency to fulfill the requirements of the people by obtaining services electronically. The services over the information and communication technologies are identified as electronic services. The e-services quality refers to the assessment of customer for services provided through the internet. Delivering of high quality service is important to every industry. The telecommunication industry is one of them, and it mainly offers telephone-based communication facilities along with internet services. But there is a lack of studies conducted so far relating to the e-service quality of the telecommunication industry. Apart from that, telecommunication industry played a vital role in Sri Lankan economy during the first two waves of the COVID-19 pandemic due to the increased demand for their services with mobility restrictions and health guidelines. Though the pandemic was assumed as short-term, it's still affecting the lives of people in Sri Lanka. Therefore, it is vital to investigate the effect of e-service quality on customer satisfaction of telecommunication industry in Sri Lanka during the COVID-19 pandemic in order to fill this gap. Research aims. Number 1. To investigate the effect of the quality of e-services on customer satisfaction in the telecommunication industry. Number 2. To identify the most influential factors affecting on customer satisfaction in e-service quality of the telecommunication industry during coronavirus outbreak period in Sri Lanka. Conceptual framework of the study. Based on the previous literature, 5 dimensions of e-service quality were identified. They are website design, fulfillment, security, personalization and experience from the customer's perspective. Hypotheses developed for each dimension and overall e-services quality are represented here from H1 to H6, all of which displays a positive impact on customer satisfaction. Methodology. This study was quantitative. Data was collected through online self-administered survey questionnaires from Colombo district, being the most populated district in Sri Lanka in December 2020, using the convenient sampling technique and adhering to the travel restrictions and health guidelines. A sample of 200 questionnaires were received. Normality test, Conrad's alpha, Pearson correlation analysis and regression analysis were carried out by using the SPSS 21 software. Results. Demographic characteristics of the sample are shown in this table. Accordingly, majority of the respondents were females. Major size of the sample was categorized into the age category of 25 to 35 years. Also, There were more single respondents compared to the married ones. Majority of the respondents' total monthly income level was between rupees 20,000 and below. There were more dialogue users and most of the respondents' daily e-service usage frequency was more than 9 times during the pandemic. This table shows descriptive statistic for normality test. Dimensions of all the skewness and kurtosis lie between -2 and +2 and ensured normality. Mean values of all the dimensions were over 3 on the measurement scale, and the standard deviation scores showed high variation in website design and security. This indicates that customers had different opinions on website design and security. Summary of the reliability analysis are displayed in this table, and reliability estimation for all the dimensions and customer satisfaction construct was found higher than the threshold level, that is 0.7. Accordingly, it can be concluded that adequate internal consistency exists with the dimensions of e-service quality and customer satisfaction. According to the results in this table, Pearson correlation analysis indicated that all the dimensions of e-services quality were significantly and positively correlated with the customer satisfaction. As per this model summary table, the adjusted R-square was 0.676. This shows that 67.6% variation of customer satisfaction is explained only by the e-service quality dimensions. This coefficients table represents the output of regression analysis. The significant level was 0.000 at a statistic of 84.132. This shows that e-service quality dimensions were statistically significant to predict the customer satisfaction. However, the table shows fulfillment, security, and experience from the customer's perspective were the most influential factors for customer satisfaction, as their p-values are less than the common alpha level of 0.05. But significant values of website design and personalization were not statistically significant, as their p-values are greater than 0.05. The model which can be developed in this regard is presented under the table. Conclusions and recommendations. All the dimensions of e-service quality in this study have a positive and significant influence on customer satisfaction. But experience from the customer's perspective, security and fulfillment are the most influential factors of e-service quality in the context of the telecommunication industry. All the 5 dimensions in this study are essential to create and deliver a quality e-service. However, the 3 factors, that is experience from the customer's perspective, security and fulfillment, contribute to superior service quality and competitive advantage in the Sri Lankan context during the COVID-19 period. There can be identified 3 limitations in this study. Scope of the study was bounding only to the Colombo district. Variables such as customer behavior, feelings and emotions were not accounted for, since this study has employed a structured questionnaire. This study validated only the e-service quality dimensions and did not investigate traditional service quality dimensions. Future research directions. This study can further be extended by considering wider geographical areas. Studies can be carried out by investigating both traditional and e-service quality dimensions in the context of telecommunication industry during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. Future studies need to explore more insight on the dimensions of e-services and the relationship between service quality and customer satisfaction. References utilized in this presentation are presented in this slide. Thank you all for watching this presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, CA Fernando and Ishara Lakmali for the presentation. You discussed about the effect of electronic service quality on customer satisfaction in telecommunication industry, more importantly during the pandemic situation, coronavirus outbreak period. Now, this study actually is really important to understand sort of a behavior. So I have a small query on, now we are going to compare the telecommunication industry in Sri Lanka. So what sort of a difference maybe you are going to investigate between Hutch, Airtel, Dialog versus Mobitel? Now there are different players now, they provide different service. But in your study, you accumulated everything, you put everything into, say, like multiple regression and you analyze. So is there any way like we can see the significant difference between these different telecommunication service providers?
Actually, sir, at the time of conducting the study, I concentrated more on the most popular telecommunication brands.
What are the brands you considered?
Hutch, Airtel, Dialog, Mobitel, SLT.
Yeah, if you compare these brands, say like Airtel versus Mobitel.
Yes.
Because in your entire study, even though you are talking about the industry, you need to understand the different players in the market and their different behavior. So individually, you can just see the behavior, because if you get the accumulation, you can't see the better picture of maybe Hutch, maybe Dialog, even though they claim like they are the pioneering, we experience very poor service. So I think in your future studies, you can just revisit that as well. Okay, then the questions open for the forum. Okay, Buddha, all the best for your future studies and all.
Adding to that, the question you have raised here, that we haven't gone for identifying the variations. Here we have we wanted to actually test or investigate the with the e-service quality and the customer satisfaction in telecommunication industry, because maybe you have seen in the social media and the most of the way of viral that there were so many that the post going on and the news going on that the different these providers are claiming that they take more money and not providing the quality. And even we went to different websites of these service providers, we can't actually get the service. So in that scenario, we have investigated this study. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Ishara, I'm asking about this because now you're asking customer about the particular questions now. You don't specifically ask the questions on the vendors, so you ask very general, like particular questions.
We have asked what's that we ask from them what are the services they are using, because normally in practice the one user in Sri Lanka may be using different these that the connection, maybe some are using telecom service with the Dialog for the internet as the internet.
Yeah, question number 2 you can ask that. Question number 3 you can ask highly used in different
yes,
networks.
That's then what we have taken, sir. That we have asked from them what's the main service provider they are interacting, and based on that we have asked other questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
We will do that, incorporate that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. Then we have presentation ID 119. The impact of financial capital availability and resources flexibility on firm performance. Empirical study of SMEs in Nuwara Eliya district in Sri Lanka, done by VPN Naomi, WR Seniviratna, M. Munaf Dean, and P. Hanushya Darshani. Over to you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome everyone to our beautiful venue today. Let me introduce myself. I am Naomi Nilusha, Faculty of Management Studies, Open University of Sri Lanka. As you can see on the screen, our research topic today is Impact of Financial Capital Availability and Resource Flexibility on Firm Performance, empirical study of SMEs in Nuwara district in Sri Lanka. Special thanks to my co-authors. You all fill my brain with ideas. The subject can be looked under the following headings. Let's start with purpose of the study. The purpose of the study is to conduct a research and to identify the impact of financial capital availability and resource flexibility and measure the level of firm performance among the business owners of SME. This is how the definition to SME presented by the Ministry of Industry and Commerce according to their National Policy Framework for Development. I would like to draw your attention to this point. The government of Sri Lanka recognized SMEs as a backbone of the economy, as it accounts for more than 90% of the total number of enterprises, provide 45% of employment, and contributed to 30% to GDP. SMEs promote broad-based equitable development and provide more opportunities for women's and youth participation in the economic development of the country. The SME sector has been identified as an important strategic sector in the overall policy objective of the government of Sri Lanka, and it is seen as driver of change for inclusive economic growth, rational development, domestic demand, employment generation, poverty reduction, innovation, and job creation. Now, let's turn the issues challenges faced by the SME. You can figure out some of them in this diagram. According to Ministry of Industry and Commerce identified, access to finance is major challenge faced by the SMEs. Okay, let's start with looking at research problem. SME enterprises are confounded with complex financial decisions to turn around the fortune of their business. For example, entrepreneurs make financial decisions in the form of saving, investment, and retirement planning. SME enterprises largely operated from their home and they have lack of access to financial limits. This sector potential to reach the next level. Sourcing finance, raw materials, and low sales were top most common problem faced by those enterprises. Lack of access to finance is serious concern, particularly when business additional capital to support expansion and growth. However, an underlying persisted in the term of taking based loan due to the past experience. I'd like to take a minute to define what is exactly we mean by the financial capital availability and resource flexibility. Honohar 2010 has demonstrated 5 types of capital, such as financial capital, natural capital, produced capital, social capital, and human capital. Researchers focused only in financial capital. We are most familiar with financial capital, money currency, securities, and other instruments of the global financial system. Financial capital defines the funds that comes from the family in the business, extended network, and commercial bank and all other financial institutions. Financial capital can come from either internal or external source. Flexibility is ability of system to react and accommodate change. There are many types of flexibility such as
manufacturing flexibility, operation flexibility, production flexibility, routine flexibility, product mix flexibility depends on labor and machine flexibility. Now, I'd like to focus on research question and objective. Following research questions are formed based on the research problem. Question 1. Is there a significant relationship between capital availability and firm performance? Question 2. Is there a significant relationship between resource flexibility and firm performance? Objective 1. The first objective is to identify the impact of financial capital availability on firm performance. 2. To identify the impact of resource flexibility on firm performance. 3. To examine the relationship between financial capital availability on firm performance. 4. To examine the relationship between resource flexibility on firm performance. Development of hypothesis. H1. There is a significant impact of financial capital availability on firm performance. H2. There is a significant impact of resource flexibility on firm performance. Let's have a look at this diagram. I have constructed my conceptualization as follows. If you look at this table, you can understand my operationalization. Research methodology. These are the methods I have used for my research. And in this part of my presentation, I'll be showing you some data and charts. Male-female representation of the survey, gender versus age cross table, age categories of the respondents, education level of respondents. These are the demographic factors of the respondents. In this analyzing section, firstly, I'm going to look at core bench alpha. According to this table, it has excellent internal contingency. This is the descriptive statistic of the table of the data. This is the correlation of the study. It indicates the highest correlation by resource flexibility, 0.79, roughly 80%, and capital availability is 0.69, roughly 70%. If you look at this table, you can see that our correlation is 0.79 to R2, variance is 0.628. According to this ANOVA table, since the significant value is less than 0.05, F value is significant. So we can decide model is acceptable. According to this table, we can finalize that capital availability is rejected, resource flexibility is accepted. In view of evidence I have presented, I think it is fair to say that H1, there is a significant and positive relationship between the capital availability and firm performance rejected. H2, there is a significant and positive relationship between resource flexibility and firm performance accepted. Conclusion. The findings reveals SME capital availability has no significant relationship. However, resource flexibility has a significant relationship on firm performance. The outcome of this study has practical validation as it empirically proved if SME's resources are flexible and have alternative use, then it may contribute to SME's performance. However, even though sufficient capital is available sometimes, it not being sufficiently influence the firm performance and it could not be managed wisely. These results could be used by SMEs in Sri Lanka and will add value to present literature of SMEs in Sri Lanka. I have also been offered some recommendation on how we can solve the issues. Then I'm going to suggest some possible measures to solve these difficulties. Based on the findings as revealed by the study, we believe that when the recommendation gives below are well implemented, it will help to SME sector in higher firm performance, access to capital, access to appropriate technology, access to information and market, business development service. I hope you found it interesting. Thank you for listening. Okay, let's bring us to end of the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions from the audience? So I can see some researchers. Maybe we have now Dr. Champika. She asked many questions, but again there are many other participants. Yes, Jayani and others. Any observations? Right. Okay. By looking. Yes, Dr. Champika.
Yes. Yeah. Without taking much time, I just want to appreciate the presentation as well as their study. They have come up with now new insights into financial management research areas. I have only one simple question. So they have analyzed about the resource flexibility and found out that that is the most significant, most important variable that explains firm performance. So according to you, I know that you have not done a detailed in-depth analysis, but I would like to know about what is your view about why that even though that they have financial resources, capital assets, right? So you said the financial assets. So that is not very much significant on their firm performance. Don't know whether my question is clear.
Yeah, I think we have. Yes, Asanka.
Hi, madam. Actually, I am the behind person who analyzed the study with Naomi. She's very good student. The reason actually in the SME we found, even though have enough finance, basically they have personal finance resources other than the bank. But the problem SME encounter, they are unable to manage this one properly, especially after some sort of a problem, working capital or some sort of a long-term financial issue. That is the main reason. So we understood that even though SME have finance, but if they are unable to focus it to the performance, actually then there is an issue. Actually, the utilization of finance is the problem. That is why I think it is insignificant.
Yeah, I also agree
literature
with you.
Is support. Literature is support. Yeah, there should be positive relationship, but our finding indicate that it is insignificant.
Yeah, that is very much relevant to our cultural aspects as well, I think, Asanka and Naomi. So your findings are well accepted. Thank you very much for the explanation. Professor Nalin, now to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Asanka. Now you say in Sri Lanka, SME, they have finance, but then we can see the suicide cases among SME. Now we be talking about this financial literacy, and there are many microfinance. We discuss about the vicious cycle of poverty and all. So how we can come to the conclusion like in Sri Lanka SME sector, they have money?
Yeah, actually they don't have enough money as such like Bangladesh. The problem is they are unable to manage even within the requirement. So but they don't have actually Asanka, financial IQ.
No, but the problem, Asanka, you can't come to that conclusion because in SME sector, in Sri Lanka, this financial problem, because most of the microfinance companies also like inculcating the different advantage. So because if you come to certain conclusions like the SME sector, they have money and there is a problem of financial literacy problem can be seen. But because you are like making that comment based on your research or based on your general idea, with the Sri Lankan SME sector, they have enough money?
I can't tell exactly, but I know that there are sources available for the financing. For example, if you go even the backed by the government, you can go and borrow. For example, SME can borrow.
Asanka, the problem, we also do the studies. Unfortunately, you give a call to the bank, entrepreneurs, they don't get the support. So there are many schemes, loans and all being provided. Unfortunately, the grassroots level entrepreneurs, they are not getting the support. That is the issue at the moment. Even the central bank also, currently they got a hotline just contacting the SME, but unfortunately that also cannot be used because they in the hotline they just use the leasing. If you have any problem with the leasing only, they have the answers. But what you mentioned in the finance and SME sector, they do have money. I think better for you to revisit not the literature, right? Revisit the ground reality, because that is one of the concern in the SME sector in the country. The Chamber of Commerce and Industry Development Board and all, they are working towards that. But overall, I think, Asanka, you touch upon very important point in your study. I just want to mention, because what you talking about specifically, as Dr. Champika mentioned about the resources flexibility on firm performance, is one of the novelty like you are talking about. I really appreciate that. All the best for your studies and all, right?
Thank
One
you,
more
sir.
thing,
Thank you,
Professor Nalin,
audience.
if I add something to your description about this issue, I think there's a concept called banking literacy. So that is very minimal among our SME sector, that our entrepreneurs, especially micro sector entrepreneurs. That is, I think, one of the main reason. Even though the supply side is available, supply side is there, so still there are some issues to access the finance. I think that is also one of the important aspects that you wrote forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Champika, for the comment. So all the best for Asanka and other presenters. Then I cordially invite next presenters, ID number 126, an analysis of factor influencing employee commitment in the public sector organization in the Kandy district, with special reference to the Divisional Secretariat, Yatinora. Over to you.
Hello everyone, I am Dulani Ratnayaka from the Faculty of Management Studies, the Open University of Sri Lanka. My research topic is an analysis of factors influencing employee commitment in the public sector organizations in the Kandy district, with special reference to the Divisional Secretariat, Yatinora. First of all, I would like to give you a brief introduction of my research. Well, you all may have aware that there is a common complaint by the general public that they cannot get done their work quickly in government sector organizations. They say government employees are very slow and they have to wait in long queues for a long time. In the Public Focus magazine published by Sri Lanka Institute of Development Administration, it is also mentioned that the attitude among the general public towards government organizations is not good. During past several years, it has been seen that the public sector service organizations in Sri Lanka were unable to perform well due to various reasons. As one of the major reasons, it has been mentioned in the magazine that the employees are not committed towards their assigned works and duties and towards their organizations as well. This study was designed to identify those factors which affect employee commitment. In preparing my proposal, I have developed 3 objectives for the study. First one is to identify the key factors affecting employee commitment in the public sector service organizations in the Kandy district. Second one is to identify the relationship between these key factors and employee commitment. And the last one is to make recommendations to the management of the particular government institution for application in order to have better commitment. Then I like about the research methodology. This research was conducted to investigate the factors influencing employee commitment in public sector organizations in Kandy district. As it is not easy to examine the whole district, I have selected the Divisional Secretariat Yatinora because I have easy access to that office. There were 350 employees in different categories working in
divisional secretariat, and among them 100 number of employees were selected as the sample under convenience sampling method. In this study, the data was collected through primary and secondary sources. I gathered secondary data from the card information files in Divisional Secretariat Yatinuvara and also from the magazines by SLIDA. And the primary data was collected from the respondents through a structured questionnaire with 5-point Likert scale. This is the conceptual framework I have constructed for my research. As you can see, the dependent variable is employee commitment, and independent variables are categorized into 3 factors as individual factors, organizational factors, and managerial factors. Now let's move on to the slide. These are the hypotheses I have constructed. First one, H1, the individual factors positively affect employee commitment. H2, the organizational factors positively affect employee commitment. H3, the managerial factors positively affect employee commitment. Collecting primary data, I started to analyze data through statistical package for social sciences package. Quantitative methods were used to analyze data using mean, mode, and median values. The Likert scale was applied to measure the views of the respondents, and the Pearson correlation was used to find the relationship between each factor. However, statistical analysis, reliability and validity test was performed, and it found that the Cronbach's alpha value is 0.746, which is closer to 1, and the reliability was measured by using Bartlett's test value, which was 0.05, which was less than 0.05. Therefore, this value shows the significant validity and reliability of the research. Next slide, on descriptive analysis of variables. This analysis was done to identify the basic nature of the variables using mean, mode, and median values. Correlation analysis of variables. As I mentioned earlier, the correlation analysis was used to find the relationship between each factor. The correlation between individual factors and employee commitment is 0.857 and the significance is 0. And the correlation between organizational factors and employee commitment is 0.397 and the significance value is 0. That means there is a significant relationship between individual factors and employee commitment, as well as between organizational factors and employee commitment. But when it comes to the managerial factors, the correlation value is 0.205 and the significance value is 0.51. That is greater than 0.05. So clearly there is no significant relationship between managerial factors and employee commitment, as the significance value is greater than 0.05. When testing hypothesis, according to the analysis, I found that both individual and organizational factors are significantly affect employee commitment. So H1 and H2 can be accepted, but if we take managerial factors, there is no significant relationship between managerial factors and employee commitment. Therefore, H3 is rejected. Now, let's move to the last chapter of my research. From those findings, I can say the factors, the variables which are under individual factors and organizational factors, such as motivation, attitudes and values, perception, organizational structure, management information systems, group dynamic, procedures, norms and standards, and also internal group behavior as the most influential factors which leads to employee commitment in the organization. Therefore, the management of the divisional secretariat should consider offering physiological needs like a payment of good salary and allowances, suitable welfare facilities, good working environment, and also team building and social needs should be provided to motivate the employees. It is recommended that the structure of the organization should be assembled with required physical and human resources to build a good organization structure in order to avoid delaying of works and duties. And also the management should carefully select and collect relevant and correct information and should take action to introduce good management information system in order to reduce time wastage. Further, I recommend to provide employees with various training programs, experiences, and knowledge sharing sessions in order to minimize conflicts among the groups. And also, existing procedures should be reconsidered and updated time to time. Further, all the employees should be acknowledged and trained on the standards and norms as well as to revise those standards and norms according to the changes in the environment from time to time. Finally, I would like to say those recommendations would assist policy making and planning of the government organizations as well as these findings would be extremely useful for the future researchers as well. These are some of the references I have used. I would like to give special thanks to Mr. YDR Kurupu Arashi, lecturer of Wayamba University of Sri Lanka, and Dr. Sujivi Sappukotanage, academic coordinator research in Faculty of Management Studies, the Open University of Sri Lanka, and Mr. Asanka Senaviratna, senior lecturer in Faculty of Management Studies, the Open University of Sri Lanka, and Mr. Indrika Piyadasa, the Divisional Secretary of Yatinura Divisional Secretariat, and to all the staff members in Yatinura Divisional Secretariat for their support. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I think I would like to appreciate, especially you put the acknowledgement, your mentors. Then again, more importantly, Dr. Sujivi Sappukotanage, Mr. Asanka Senaviratna. So that is one of the very good quality I have seen from the scholar. So in your future endeavors also, you can take the blessing, right? And also, we are very happy to see we have good IT staff, Dr. Utpala and all. So they are really supporting for this OURS 2021. So we'll start that because here we are talking about one of the interesting concept of the employee commitment, right? So the commitment is one of the very important, especially in the pandemic situation. There's a question on the particular workload they asked by the government servants in Sri Lanka. Now, most of the time, private sector people, they already lost their jobs. But in public sector, even though you are at home, you may be getting no salary. So general public start to question that. In that particular scenario also, I think this study might be very much influential. Now, this open for the forum for any questions. Okay, I have one particular query. Now, Buddha, you in your study, in your conceptual model, you have three factors: individual factors, organization factors, and managerial factors. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
In organization factor, you have something called procedures. Even in the managerial factors also, I can see something like rules and regulations. So how you can differentiate these factors?
By the procedures, I mean like in government offices,
we can see that the same document or same file is going to the same person again and again. So I wanted to clarify the.
Okay, Bhuta. No. It's there. Because what I propose you, because here you have different factors like motivation, attitude, perception, then again leadership and all. But in the what you can do, you can have a kind of a in-depth desk research and see with the literature what are the most influential factors. There may be certain factors like attitude, maybe something on motivation, because higher the employee commitment, only you can see the motivation. Then commitment can be considered as an antecedent for the motivation. Likewise, better for you to revisit the literature, right? So revisit the literature, because some variables you mentioned under IV, independent IV need to be rectified. But overall, Bhuta, I think you add the value to the existing domain of knowledge. All the best for your future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Participating for our Open University conference, Bhuta, right?
Thank you, sir.
All right. Then we have a presentation done by Udavatta and Rajakaruna Nayaka on microfinance services on living standards of Sri Lankan community with special reference to Kurunegala, Anuradhapura and Badulla district.
A very good morning all of you. Hope you all fine and safe. I'm paper ID number 138, UDLC Udavatta from Uvavellassa University of Sri Lanka. So the paper title, Microfinance Services on Living Standard of Sri Lankan Community with special reference to the Kurunegala, Anuradhapura and Badulla district. The presentation content includes introduction, literature review, methodology, results and discussion, conclusion, finally references. Before moving to the introduction, let me share a valuable thought with you. Microfinance standard as one of the most promising and cost-effective tool in the fight against the global poverty by Jonathan March. Introduction. Unfortunately, underprivileged people in the most of the country have virtually lacked access to the formal financial services because of the high interest rate, collateral requirements, complicated application procedures, and etc. Therefore, microfinancial institutions play a major role in providing financial services even for the low-income people in the society. So, licensed bank, licensed financial companies, cooperative rural banks, Samurdhi banks, microfinance companies, non-governmental organizations are the microfinancial service providers in Sri Lanka. The fluctuation in microfinance industry dramatically caused the living standard of Sri Lankan poor people and highlight the need of researching the microfinancial services on living standard of Sri Lankan community. So the research question of this study is, do microfinancial services impact the living standard of low-income people in Kurunegala, Badulla and Anuradhapura district? So the research objective is microcredit, micro-savings, micro-insurance and advisory services are associated with the living standard of low-income people in Kurunegala, Badulla and Anuradhapura district. So these are the some of the previous research finding on this area. So based on the empirical and theoretical literature review, the financial services are highly influential factors of deprived communities' living standard to empower them. The analysis of existing literature confirms the non-appearance of rigorous management framework to measure the impact of microfinancial services on living standard in Sri Lankan community. Further, less studies on microfinancial services on living standard create the high essence of this research in field present context, since there is a sum of practical issues in the Sri Lankan economy. So accordingly, the study has designed the model to determine how microfinancial services impact on living standard among Sri Lankan underprivileged people and thereby fill the research gap. So the conceptual framework, there are 4 independent variables, namely microcredit, microsavings, microinsurance and advisory services. Dependent variable is living standard. So let's move to the methodology part. So this research is a quantitative approach research. So the population includes the microfinance customers who are the members of the Samurdhi Bank societies in Anuradhapura, Kurunegala and Badulla district. So the sample size is 173 respondents. Sample technique, convenient sampling techniques. So the data are collected using 5-point Likert scale questionnaire and data are analyzed using the SPS software, and frequency test, correlation analysis and regression analysis are used to analyze the data. So there are 4 hypotheses of this research study. Each shows the positive significant relationship between 4 independent variables and the living standard of low-income people in Kurunegala, Badulla, Anuradhapura district. So let's move to the results and findings. First, reliability analysis. The total of 17 items which measures the independent and dependent variable are used for the statistical analysis. Quant branch alpha value of each variable is range between 0.715 to 0.815. Therefore, it can be identified that all the variables have the higher reliability and there is a strong relationship between questionnaire and the research. Descriptive analysis. So the descriptive statistics are summarized in this table as you can see in the presentation. When we are analyzing the descriptive analysis, 60.2% of the sample is female, rest of the presenters are male respondents. And most of the respondents belong to the age limit of 41 to 50 years. And it is the 42.8 of the sample. Further, majority of the respondents have studies up to the ordinary level and the 30.1% of the microfinance customers have completed their primary education. Accordingly, majority of the respondents are engaged in the agricultural activities. Correlation analysis. When we analyze in the relationship between dependent and independent variable, we can see microcredit, microsavings, microinsurance and advisory services has a significant positive relationship with the living standard since the Pearson correlation coefficients are positive values at 5% significant level. In this study, F statistic shows 78.353%, 78.353 and the p-value is 0.00. So therefore, it can conclude that overall model is statistically significant and valid in explaining outcome of the dependent variable. Continuing the regression analysis, regression coefficients. Since VIF values are range from 1.223 to 1.694, which are below the critical value of 10, we can conclude that the data set has no multicollinearity problem. All of the coefficient determinants have the positive values at 5% significant level, but the degree of the relationship is variable to variable. So thereby we can conclude we can obtain this research model. Discussion. The study established internal and external validity with the response rate of 96.1. Accordingly, microcredit, microsavings, microinsurance, advisory services has a statistically significant positive impact on living standard of low-income people in these 3 districts. Hence, the findings are in line with extant literature, whereas Shinsai and Khan 2009 on microcredit, microinsurance and living standard, Mobe 2015 on micro savings and living standard, and Yoganathan and Semasinghe 2015 on advisory services and living standard. Accordingly, the study addressed the impact of microfinancial services on living standard of low-income people in Kurunegala, Anuradhapura and Badulla district. Let's move to the conclusion and recommendation. The study reveals that the low-income people who are empowered through the access of several microfinance services facilities will be able to increase their living standard level than before, develop their entrepreneur skills as well as to provide a formal education for their children. So we can recommend for the committee to we can recommend institutions to provide the more advisory services and consultancy services, grant micro loans with the short period and arranging repayment schedules, simplify and easier the loan procedures for the borrowers, enhancing the saving habits among the low-income people, and cover the more risk under the insurance policy of the company. Further researchers can expand this research for the special customers categories by increasing the sample size, independent variable to some other aspect of poverty allegations such as reduction of vulnerability and self-employment and etc. So these are the some of references that I have used in my research. Okay, the session. Now you can, if you have any question regarding the presentation, you can ask now.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. Any question from the audience?
It's Champika.
Yes, Dr.
Yes.
Champika, yes.
Yes, so really appreciating your effort of identifying the issues that that experiencing in microfinance industry. One question. Now, all the variables that you have incorporated in your conceptual framework, including these credit facilities, insurance facilities, and all these. So, in reality, microfinance institutions provide these as a bundle, as a package, right? So, it is very true that there are many opportunities from the supply side. There are many chances. Supply side, there are many facilities provided by the financial institutions. But the actual problem is with the demand side. So because of many reasons, they have the problem to access these financial facilities, even though that they provide that as a package, including these advisory services and all. So in your implications, in your suggestions, recommendations, I noticed only the recommendation to the financial institutions, even though that you have analyzed, you have gathered data from the microfinance users. So what are the implications that you can bring forward to the microfinance users?
That means,
yes.
That means, madam, you are asking the suggestions for the microfinancial users.
Yes.
Okay. So microfinance.
Yes, Buddha, you can continue. You can continue with the answer, Buddha.
So from the organizational side, they can provide more advisory services. So then microfinancial users can, so because of there is a positive relationship between these four variables with the demand, with the living standard, they can obtain more advisory services. They can obtain more advisory services and the increase their savings habits and increase their savings to the organization. Those are the some of recommendations to the users. Increase those advisories, getting more advisory services, and increase the savings in the banks, and getting some increasing the savings habit, and those are the some of recommendations for the demand users.
Okay, thank you for your explanation. I just wanted to open your eyes to that aspect as well. So thank you very much for the explanation.
Yeah, that is one of the very important question. By looking at the study on the sector, Buddha, is there any studies on the impact of microfinance activity on to living standard of people in Sri Lankan context? What are the studies you have seen? Any studies done on certain journals or whatever the research?
So there is a one research in the as I remember in Rajarata University. I can't exactly remember the name. There is a one research they have done for the Anuradhapura district. So therefore, I expand my research to the Badulla, Kurunegala as well as the Anuradhapura.
What were the findings there, Buddha, in that research?
Positive relationship between those microfinancial service indicators as well as the living standards.
Because why I asked you that question, one of the paper published in 2018 April in the International Journal of Engineering and Management Research, in their study on impact of microfinance activity to living standard of people in selected areas in Sri Lanka by Pereira, KGT, Uvallas University. In their study, they say, according to the results of the analysis, that implies when improving living standard people, microfinance activity not plays a major role because there's a very low impact on the microfinance activity effect to the improving living standard of the people. I propose you to go through many literature, but I think in your study you are talking about different variables. But this study, I think they just concentrate for only few variables. But I always propose you have to go through many literature pertaining to an area of the study. Because in the literature we discuss about not merely the literature review. You need to understand something called critical literature review. Synthesizing something for you, something for the against for your arguments. That is very important for the research. I think you can take that into the consideration for your future studies. All the best for that, right?
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Then we have paper ID 140, factors influencing the success of procurement in university projects. A case study in Uvallas University, Sellaheva and T.D. Samarasinghe.
Dear Sir, Madam and colleague, we are very glad to present our research findings here at the Open University Research Sessions 2021. And our research topic is factors influencing the success of procurement in university projects, a case study with reference to Uvallas University. And I'm Vasana Sellaheva, who is presenting our research findings here, and myself and the Tilina Samarasinghe involved to conduct our study. This is the content of our presentation. Introduction. Procurement is a very imperative part of the contemporary world. It is about delivering the right product or service to the right person on time, at the right price, and in the right place. The procurement implication affects the overall cost of implementing the decision of any organization. However, preliminary observations reveal that many government and semi-governmental organizations in Sri Lanka are experiencing poor performance in their procurement process. This wastes a lot of time and resources, including public money. Only a few institutions are effectively implementing the procurement process. Pilot observations reveal that Uva University always receives good ratings and positive feedback during third-party verifications (TPV) and other progress reviews to make high progress in the procurement process. In this context, this study was conducted to identify the factors affecting the well-functioning of procurement process in Uva University. Research objectives. The main objective of this study is to identify the factors contributing to the well-functioning of the Uva University procurement process. And the second objective is to make recommendations for improving the procurement policies in any public sector. Research methodology. This study is mainly based on the primary data which has been collected through in-depth observation during 3 months time period at Uva University. It has only been considered the performance of development project less than 3 years within Uva University. Neutralistic observation method has been used as the methodology of this study. Accordingly, the observations of participants have been studied in neutral surroundings. There are typically no predetermined behavioral codes. Instead, the researcher has taken rigorous notes and coded the data. The behaviors of all the procurement officers, administrative officers related to the procurement in the university, project coordinators, activity coordinators, project assistant, and other officers related to the project which are going on within the Uva University have been deeply observed to gather data for this research. Total number of staff members observed was 38. The qualitative approach has been followed to conduct this study. Data gathered through observations have been analyzed descriptively. Research discussion. Factors caused the well-functioning of performance of the procurement process in Uva University. The first factor identified was availability of resources. And here, the resources indicate a proper place to stay, office equipment such as printer, scanner, computer, telephone, and fax facilities, and the stationery required to function the basic things in the operations. In Uva University, enough resources have been allocated and frequently reviewed to adjust to the changing environment in order to make the procurement performance more effectively and efficient. And the next factor identified was sufficient knowledge. Sufficient knowledge is the government procurement process within the occupied cadre. It was identified as the sufficient knowledge. There are lots of guidelines and procedures to follow related to government procurement. It was observed that the majority of the officers, even at operational level, have specialized in these guidelines at Uva University. And appreciation and rewarding culture. This nature was observed within the top management and the administrative officers. They always appreciate the good work and the commitment extended by the project officers by communicating the plus points among the project team. It encourages employees to work more energetically, and employees are motivated while the other employees can learn from them. An appreciating and rewarding culture was also observed as a good practice that caused the effectiveness of the procurement activities at Uva University. So, the procurement officers have a good mutual understanding among themselves, and they always function smoothly without complaining. Flexible nature of the work. And flexibility of the nature of the work in Uva University was observed. Being flexible with procedures rather than strict rules and regulations has increased the satisfaction of employees towards the work, reduced delays, and increased efficiency. And strong monitoring mechanism. Having a strong monitoring mechanism for timely and properly monitoring of the procurement activities has also helped to improve the efficiency of the procurement process in Uva University. As a fundamental function of the management process, monitoring is vital to ensure that the project activities meet the project objectives on time as well as quality and the budget targets. Generally, key procurement monitoring activities may include performance reporting and review, audits, record, management systems, and payment systems. Almost all these things are practiced by Uva University. They are more proactive rather than just outcome-oriented. They are really working. They are really working effectively and being strategic all the time. Google Sheets are the most common method they use to track each and every procurement for which access has been provided for any related officers. An adequate cadre. Possessing the adequate cadre was identified as another crucial factor for the high-performing nature of the procurement process at OLS University. As observed by the research team, the available cadre is very satisfied with the workload which has been assigned to them. They never seems to be overtired due to the heavy workload. Conclusion. So as the primary objective of this study, we refer to the factors affecting to the well-functioning of procurement process at OLS University. So the findings were, the factors identified were availability of resources, sufficient knowledge regarding the government procurement process, availability of adequate staff, and appropriate communication and coordination among the internal and external parties, continuous monitoring, appreciation and rewarding culture, flexibility in procurement process, the strong monitoring mechanism for the well-functioning of the procurement process in OLS University. So as there are some limitations to this study as well, it may be challenging to conduct this type of study on a wide scale. Therefore, generalizing the findings may be questionable. As the data has been observed by only 2 researchers, it may have missed some critical behavioral data. This study can be conducted in a wide setting using a different methodology. However, the current study will contribute to the further improve the performance of projects in OLS University and other governmental institutes as well. These are the recommendations we proposed for the enhancement of procurement process. First one is to further improve the success of procurement at OLS University. It would be better to arrange required resources and facilitate work before recruiting the cadre as practiced by the OLS University. And it is worthwhile that the staff be adequately trained. And another recommendation is recruiting more staff and allocating one employee to handle only 1 or 2 faculty or departments procurement. Further, appreciation and rewarding system will encourage employees to work, and employees will be motivated while the inefficient employees can learn from them. Further, being flexible with procedures rather than being too strict to abide by rules and regulations will increase employee satisfaction towards the work. And the study recommends that higher public institutions should make their systems automated if possible. And public institutions should embrace information and communication technology as much as possible for the effectively function the procurement activities. Further, giving proper training to the project coordinators, activity coordinators and all will be also affect to increase the performance of the procurement process. And another recommendation is having a strong mechanism, and further regarding employee competency, it will be beneficial to develop a retention mechanism system for existing qualified employees and a mechanism to attract qualified employees. These are the references we used to conduct our study. And thank you very much for your cooperation.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions from the audience? Any questions?
I don't know whether the presenter is available with us today.
Yes, I think Vasana is there, no? Vasana?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Dr. Chandrika, you can ask.
Yes, Vasana, it's really interesting. Your topic is a new insight into the knowledge area of procurement management. Now, all these other variables, all these factors that you have identified, like flexible nature of these procedures and especially the strong monitoring mechanism, and So all these things, adequate cadres, all these things are very important in especially in the public sector procurement management. My question is, any observation to even though that flexible nature is found as most important, but to what extent that we can be flexible, since this is a government institution, right? So my question is whether any observation to what extent the government procurement procedures impact on the successful procurement management in Uva Wellassa University.
Yes, madam. Thank you for the comment. And actually, madam, as this a government institute, we can have some restrictions regarding the flexibility, because we have to follow the procurement rules and regulations, and they are practicing by Uva Wellassa University. Exactly, they are practicing them. Here in my study, the flexibility mean, let's say an example, in this COVID-19 pandemic situation, some universities and government institutes they are closed the institute and they are not functioning, but at Uva Wellassa University they are still functioning better using the emails and all those things, and the communicating with the staff. They are actually they are well functioning in even this COVID-19 pandemic. Then they are contacting with the suppliers. The project assistants are very active in this period as well, and they are monitoring system also there. Therefore, I mean the flexibility mean not highly related to the rules and regulations. They have to be followed. I mean little bit flexible to the procedures, like we have to mechanism to adapt in any situations like COVID-19 or such.
Thank you. I think Professor Nalin, she has come up with a very good findings about this flexible nature. I'm not actually commenting on that flexible nature that we have found out, because you are suggesting a strong monitoring mechanism as well. So that is very important, I think. Professor Nalin, you can further discuss on that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Champika. So that is something where we can see a slightly different approach in Uva Wellassa. Maybe you should thanks to Dr. Chandra Ambuldeniya. He is the one initiated the different system. Am I correct, Vasana?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, and also what Dr. Champika mentioned is really valid. And your research methodology, your approach also different. Why you go for the totally different approach, Vasana?
Yes, sir. Actually, I selected that approach that was easy for me in the initially, and then I supposed to go for another rather somewhat reliable method to measure all those things. Initially, I selected that method because of the easiness for me, sir.
Right, and also in Sri Lanka, really only we can see that the naturalist approach, no? We adopted that approach. So it has been really used in whatever the studies. All the best, Pudha, for your work and all.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, Pudha. Then we have our next presentation, the effect of corporate governance practices on capital structure. Critical review of literature by Admbaba Barun.
I am Admbaba Barun, working at Sri Lanka Institute of Advanced Technological Education as a senior lecturer. My topic is the effects of corporate governance practices on capital structure, critical review of literature. Capital structure is one of the most contentious issues in corporate finance. Capital structure is made up of equity and debt capital. Various factors must be considered when deciding capital structure, because it maximizes the profitability and value of the firm. On the other hand, the corporate governance is the framework and principle that includes process to ensure the protection of all stakeholders' interests. The main objective of the research is to look at the existing research to identify what has been found on corporate governance practices and capital structure, and to bring out new knowledge to the existing literature. So I have taken 12 journals relevant to the effects of corporate governance practices on capital structure and reviewed. From the literature, I have identified indicators measuring corporate governance practices and capital structure, as well as the data type and analysis tools used in the current research related to specific topic. So according to the findings of the topic, the authors have identified the indicators of capital structure and corporate governance. I have this table shows those indicators and indicators of capital structure and corporate governance. So you can see here. From the findings, so the literature shows indicators commonly debt to equity ratio and debt to total asset ratio for capital structure, that is constructs, and board size, CEO duality, board composition, managerial ownership, board meeting, and CEO tenure, that is position, for measuring corporate governance practices. And also from the literature review, I have identified the measurements for both constructs, capital structure, and corporate governance practices. So this table shows those indicators and measurements. So finally, the conclusions of the title is the most studies show that the corporate governance practices such as board size, board composition, CEO tenure, CEO duality, board meetings, managerial ownership, and ownership concentration affect the mixture of long-term debt and equity of the company. That means that those practices affect capital structure. When developing models for corporate governance, the type of country needs to be considered. That means whether the country is developed country or developing country. Most studies in relation to the effect of corporate governance practices on capital structure have focused on similar pattern, regardless of whether firms are low or high levered. That means most of studies do not consider high levered firm or low levered firm. That means some firm finances more debt to their capital, some firm finances few debt, low debt to their capitals. So that should not be considered in this literature review. Most studies have used secondary data obtained from financial reports. So the most of studies did not consider the primary data for their analysis. So future studies can be done considering both primary data and secondary data at a time. So according to the conclusion, for future research, so there is a chance to do the research on corporate governance practices on capital structure using primary data and secondary data. For primary data, measurements are identified here. And when I analyze the literature, I have found some statements for the survey. So that also given here. So using these indicators of corporate governance practices and capital structure for primary data and secondary data can be done, research can be done for future. Thank you all.
So thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions from the audience?
Sir, Ishara is here.
Yes, Ishara, please.
I need I'm just need to clarify one thing that you have said you have taken 12 studies. So any rationale for selecting only 12 studies for this, and any methodology or that the application you have used for the to identify your literature? Thank you.
So your voice is not audible. So we can't hear anything.
I think
Hello?
he's muted.
Now
Yeah.
it's fine. Now it's fine.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
So I have reviewed so many journals for this, but in this extended abstract, I can include only some. So that's why I mentioned 12 journals.
Because you know that Miss Ishara asking very good question.
Yes, sir.
What is the rationale for you to select that 12 journal articles?
No, I review so many articles, sir, but for this extended abstract, I can include some. So that's why I mentioned that 12.
Yeah, because
So,
you know now in the world of research,
yeah.
you have different journals, different articles.
Oh,
Then
yeah.
you have the predatory journals as well.
Yeah.
The scientific nature of selecting the article also can be considered as part and parcel of the quality study with the credibility, and we are talking about reliability and validity.
Okay,
That
sir.
part you can take into consideration in your future studies, right?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other questions from the audience?
Actually, Professor Nalin, this is not a question, just a small comment and suggestion for Barun to improve his further studies. Now,
Okay,
you have looked at this, corporate governance related issues, especially you are focusing on capital structure.
Yeah.
But when you say corporate governance, it's a very broad topic, right? It includes different aspects like that board composition, that board related factors, and in one side the legal and regulatory systems, and on the other hand policies and procedures, especially transparencies. All these covers under corporate governance. But you have looked at, you have taken here only the board structure related factors into your study. So
Yeah.
rather better if you can just revert or realign your maybe the topic or maybe the objectives to align with what you have chosen. That is
Okay,
one thing. One thing.
Okay.
Other thing is now if you're trying to come up with a new model to model a country specific model. So
Yeah.
especially for Sri Lanka, you know that when regard to capital structure, banking loans is the main source of financing for most of the companies, most of the firms in Sri Lanka. So I think better if you can look at that aspect as well when you are developing further about this structure and the model.
Okay, madam.
Thank you for the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Champika. Thank you, Baron, for your presentation. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Okay.
So then we have paper ID 144, Sustainability Performance, Green Supply Chain Management Practices, a study from large-scale apparel companies in Sri Lanka. The presentation done by Madhuvanti, Dilshani and Pravini.
Thank you for this opportunity, and I am Gaini Madhuvanti from Viable University of Sri Lanka. Sustainability was not a driving factor in apparel company until recent. But as the world moves on and when people feel more and more responsible for sustainability. So today my research title is Sustainability Performance through Green Supply Chain Management Practices, a study from large-scale apparel companies in Sri Lanka. So this is the presentation outline. So now we move to introduction part. With increasing environmental issues like waste and air pollution, climate changes and global warming, businesses are under continuously pressure to integrate environmentally sustainable decisions into their strategies and operation. So green supply chain are integrating eco-friendly concepts into supply chain management to improve environmental sustainability. For that use different green practices like green procurement, green marketing, green design and likewise. Now I explain what is the reason for this study. The garment industry has given large contribution to the Sri Lankan economy with more than 40% of the annual export income. And also they consume huge amount of material and resources. So they emit significant amount of pollutant and greenhouse gases to the environment. So they consider as second largest industrial polluter. Therefore, most of the organizations tend to accept the green practices with their social responsibility for sustainability. That's why this research is focused to investigate the effect of green supply chain management practices on sustainability performance in apparel companies. Through this research focused to find out impact of green procurement, green design, green manufacturing and green distribution on sustainability performance in large-scale apparel companies in Sri Lanka. This study important for many groups in the society like future researchers, managers and companies. For future researchers, this study will provide direction by investigating and testing a theoretical linkage for new construct that has not previously been tested. And also the managers, this study will provide suggestions to how to successfully implement green supply chain management practices for sustainable performance. And also this finding will be useful for companies to determine effective indicators of
green supply chain management practices. Next we move to methodology part. 300 manufacturing apparel companies considered as research population, and also 75 apparel companies selected as sample by using purposive sampling, and also primary data was collected from through mail questionnaire and regression analysis used as data analysis technique. Now you can see research model. Conceptual model to be tested was developed in the line with the previous literature finding. According to that, independent variable is green supply chain management practices, and it measured based on 4 dimensions of green procurement, green design, green manufacturing, and green distribution. And the dependent variable is sustainable performance, and it was operationalized as environmental performance, economic performance, and social performance. From the beginning of this slide, you can see results of correlation analysis and regression analysis. In here, the Pearson correlation coefficient illustrates the relationship and statistical significance between green supply chain management practices and sustainability performance. According to this table, all the constructs have positive correlation with dependent variables and highly correlated with sustainability performance. In here, you can see a model summary of multiple regression analysis. According to that, the correlation R is 0.998, whereas coefficient of determination R square is 0.995. Accordingly, it was concluded that independent variable explain 99.5% of the total variance is sustainable performance. Also, the other 0.03% of the model is explained by other factors which can influence the sustainability performance in apparel companies. Now you can see coefficient of multiple regression analysis. According to that, out of 4 independent variables, only green design and green manufacturing are significant, because significant level is less than 0.05, and they are suitable in explaining the variation in sustainable performance. In here, green procurement and green distributions are insignificant. Now we move to final part of the presentation, discussion and conclusion. According to our research, we can accept all the 4 hypotheses. So it means green procurement, green design, green manufacturing, and green distribution are significantly affect on sustainable performance. So we can say apparel company can gain benefit by applying green supply chain management practices, and it definitely improves sustainable performance of the company. And also we can find green design as the most influential factors of green supply chain management practices on sustainability performance. In here, there are some suggestions and implications. The company should deeply understand the potential positive effect of green supply chain management adoption in sustainability performance. So the company must use eco-friendly raw materials, safety, environmental design, and packing. And also, company must implement the government rules and regulation about the safety of the environment. And other most important thing is they must increase the budget allocation for scientific research in the field of green supply chain. And for the future researchers, they can implement their research studies based on service sectors and other sectors of Sri Lanka. And also they can use different aspects of green supply chain management practices like eco-marketing, eco-logistic, investment recovery, and internal environment likewise, and they can use different dimensions of sustainability performance like operational performance. Now you can see some key references that I use throughout the research. Sustainable performance can achieve through green supply chain management practices. That was what I wanted to share with you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Any question from the audience? Yes, now in your study, you discuss about the green supply chain and also something very much aligned to the apparel scale, large scale apparel companies in Sri Lanka. So now your sample, I think around 75. So to whom you have been given the question here? I'm just asking just to clarify certain things.
Yes, sir. We have given the questionnaire for the operational managers or the supply chain managers of such large scale apparel manufacturing organizations.
Right, and also your R-square value, so I have seen it's around 99.5%.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because you know now it's good. Sometimes people say the model fit and all, but usually if it is a kind of a higher R-square value, so there can be a problem because it's a kind of a correlation measure. No? R-square value is a correlation measure. It's not an accurate measure of predictive model. But by looking at this, we can see like model fit can be easily visible. But in your future studies, better for you to like go through different dimensions. And also mainly you can increase the sample and see how we are going to again increase the reliability and validity of the issue. But overall, your study is good because ultimately we are talking about this sustainable development goals and all, how like we are going to achieve the sustainable competitive advantage at large in the economy of the country. So the contribution of the government sector cannot be neglected. Thank you very much for your presentation. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
So then we come to our final presentation, surviving the chill wind, how women entrepreneurs in STEM field in Sri Lanka combat their challenges, done by R. Rasik and Professor A. Arosha Adhikara.
Good day to all of you. I'm Roy Harazik, presenting the paper titled Surviving the Chill Wind, How Women Entrepreneurs in STEM Field in Sri Lanka Combat Their Challenges, which is a co-authored paper with Professor Arosha Adhikara. Entrepreneurship in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, commonly identified with the acronym STEM, is important for frontier economies like Sri Lanka as it promotes innovation and accelerates economic growth. Women entrepreneurship is also particularly important for Sri Lanka as women represent 55% of our total population according to the Central Bank of Sri Lanka 2020. Now, although there's no precise statistics and information collected by a central agency, the Institute of Policy Studies informs that women participation in STEM entrepreneurship in Sri Lanka is very low. This is a puzzling paradox as female graduates in STEM fields in Sri Lanka outnumber male graduates produced by the national universities according to the University Grants Commission. This phenomenon is quite the opposite of the global context, where, as per the IPS, female graduates in STEM field is only 35% globally. The Global Entrepreneurship Monitor informs that percentage of women entrepreneurs in technology sector is merely 1.7% globally. Although there is abundant research that explore the challenges and barriers of women entrepreneurs encounter in different contexts, there exists a lack of understanding on how they respond to these challenges. According to Pogisi et al. 2020, STEM women entrepreneurs have gained limited research attention in both developed and developing country contexts. As such, the aim of this study is to explore how STEM women entrepreneurs in Sri Lanka overcome the challenges and barriers facing them. The study contributes to the nascent body of literature on women entrepreneurs in STEM fields in general, and specifically how STEM women entrepreneurs combat challenges from a developing country context. The findings of this study will assist novice and potential STEM women entrepreneurs to develop combat strategies of their own and remain in and sustain their current and or future businesses in STEM fields. And this study will also shed light to policymakers as well. If we look at the literature, as mentioned earlier, Pogisi et al. 2020 informed that there is a lack of published research on STEM women entrepreneurs, which may have been caused due to their very low number. As per the social role theory of Eagly and Karau 2002, women are expected to play a communal role in the society, exhibiting nurturing and socially sensitive attributes that demonstrate concern for others, while men are expected to play an agentic role, demonstrating dominance, competitiveness, and achievement orientation. Both entrepreneurship and STEM fields are gendered spaces, according to Izzadeen and Zikin 2012. Thus, STEM women entrepreneurs are double-mind in masculine fields. According to Macalo 2014, when a woman acts agentically, she is often viewed negatively or with hostility since she is acting outside of her gendered norms. Marlowe and McAdam 2012 informed that due to the STEM sector's male dominance nature, women tend to face societal obstacles to creating STEM-based ventures in such a male-dominant institutional environment, which could have been resulted in their very low number, as cited by Pogisi et al. 2020. Now, a study that focuses on overcoming the challenges would not be adequate without addressing the challenges that they face. The scant body of extant literature on STEM women entrepreneurs present the categories of barriers facing them. Izzadeen and Zikic 2012 informed that these challenges that STEM women entrepreneurs face could be categorized into organizational, industrial, and societal level. And Kushal et al. 2020 and Pugalia and Setindema 2021 informed that their challenges could be categorized into individual, organizational, institutional, and sector level wise challenges. As informed earlier, how women entrepreneurs and STEM women entrepreneurs overcome their challenges is an area that is less researched. However, in a recent publication published by Pugalia and Setindemar in May 2020, they discuss the challenge or how STEM women entrepreneurs overcome their challenges, and they follow combat strategies at 3 levels. At individual level, STEM women entrepreneurs seem to adopt masculine traits, focus more on resilience and to ignore barriers. And at firm level, STEM women entrepreneurs prefer partnering with a male partner, using male mentors as professional advisors, and seek the possibility of networking. And at institutional level, STEM women entrepreneurs seem to seek family support, advocate for government support, and lobby for policy support as well. If you look at the methods that we deployed in conducting this study is part of a larger project that studied many aspects around STEM women entrepreneurs. The preliminary studies were conducted with 15 women entrepreneurs in STEM field with at least 1 year of experience in their venture. Due to their scarce nature, almost all of these respondents were approached through personal contacts. Following an interpretative paradigm, in-depth semi-structured interviews were conducted, and on average, an interview lasted for 60 to 90 minutes. Interviews which were recorded with consent were conducted in English and transcribed verbatim. Data were thematically analyzed using the 6-step approach proposed by Brown and Clark. First of all, let's look at what are the challenges that the STEM women entrepreneurs faced as per our findings. Our findings reveal that STEM women entrepreneurs in Sri Lanka are constrained with 2 types of challenges. A, gender-related challenges which included lack of family support and work-life imbalance. B, they were constrained with structure-related challenges which included discrimination, difficulty in obtaining finance, inadequate information on industry and government initiatives, lack of infrastructure, and unstable economic and political environments. Our respondents informed that some of these challenges could be controlled within their agency and some were not. If we look at strategies or the combat strategies that our STEM women entrepreneurs follow in overcoming these challenges, they seem to adopt 3 types of strategies. First, the enduring strategies, which were the most commonly adopted strategies. And through these enduring strategies, STEM women entrepreneurs try to reinforce the gender structures to endure their challenges. And these included partnering with a male co-founder or recruiting males to key positions, finding supportive husbands, avoiding socially objectionable barriers such as fixing meetings at night or going out at the night time, and giving priority to household responsibilities through which they try to negotiate support from their family members. And STEM women entrepreneurs also seem to be adopting a second kind of strategies called the contesting strategies, through which the STEM women entrepreneurs contest the challenges generated due to non-compliance with gendered norms by changing their personality and mindset. And these strategies included portraying self-confidence, ignoring their barriers. I must reiterate that enduring strategies were more prominent than contesting strategies among our respondents. The third kind of strategies that they follow were abstaining strategies, where the STEM women entrepreneurs do nothing about to change the status quo. Now, these kind of strategies were used to combat the structure-related strategies, where although STEM women entrepreneurs recognize the structure-related barriers, they appear to abstain overcoming these challenges, which opens up the question whether they ignore the elephant in the room or waiting for their male counterparts to address them. In concluding, we found out that STEM women entrepreneurs in Sri Lanka follow 3 types of strategies in overcoming their challenges. And most of the time, they tend to endure the challenges by reinforcing the gender structures to obtain legitimacy to what they do. And although not as prominent as the enduring strategies, they also appear to contest some of their challenges. Also, the STEM women entrepreneurs attempt to overcome gender-related challenges, but avoid structure-related challenges though their existence is acknowledged. Now, this kind of behavior of the STEM women entrepreneurs opens up another future research area, which we believe could make an extension to our research. Our presentation, and the floor is open for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions from the audience?
Ishara is here, sir.
Yes, Ishara.
It's actually a very good study because STEM entrepreneurs are not that much investigated in Sri Lankan context, but I need a clarification because that in your literature you more highlight that the male dominance and that the females are under them like that. But in your this research paradigm, you have identified it as an interpretivism. That I feel like that if it is go for the feminism, what you show that more reflect why you have selected the paradigm of interpretism instead of feminism.
Yeah, so thank you for that question. Well, a lot of studies in this area has looked at the issue from a feminist perspective, as you have rightly identified. But that it was, well, we didn't want to look at this from a feminist perspective. We wanted to identify the different and subjective realities and the experiences, everyday experiences of these entrepreneurs. So for that, we realized that interpretivism is the most suitable, but of course, this can also be done using the feminist well theory, I suppose, not necessarily the paradigm, but you could look at this from a feminist theoretical perspective as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Because I have seen some studies relating to Pakistan and India that they are more into that because maybe their culture. So that's
no,
why
you
I was
can
thinking.
actually.
Yes.
This, like I said, it's feminism has been used a lot to analyze how the low participation, the challenges, their motivation to become entrepreneurs, and all of that. It is being used a lot, but we did not want to follow suit.
Thank you.
Yeah, and also welcome to our OURS session, Professor Arosha. Thank you very much for coming for the session. Yeah, I think by looking at the
and it was very well organized throughout.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah, we have our good team like Chamira and all this IT team. They are like organizing this in such a way. By looking at the background of your student, I also feel like she's an entrepreneur.
She's not a student, she's a colleague of mine. We both work at the faculty department.
No, sorry.
You might not have met her.
Those are not actually my entrepreneurial awards, but those are my public speaking awards from Toastmasters. Yeah.
Great, good.
Toastmasters International, yes.
Yeah, that's fine. And also I have one particular question. You discussed about this gender-related challenges for STEM. So what about the challenges if you're really talking about the common women entrepreneurs, and is there any difference you can observe from the challenges we have from the STEM on women entrepreneurs?
Yes, Nalin, can I answer that, Ruhaya? Because
no problem. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Professor.
So we've done another paper on the challenges itself. So we didn't bring that in. That we just provided a very, a background to a particular objective for this paper. But there were challenges that were totally different. That was experienced by STEM women, but that was not the intention of this paper to explore, but we do have a paper that is being submitted to a journal and which is being revised at the moment with the comments. So there were differences. So we could see differences among men and women. The challenges were different for men and women entrepreneurs, obviously. And it was also different. Some of the challenges were quite common. But then there were certain challenges that were unique to STEM women. For example, if I take one of the structural challenges that STEM women particularly faced was that when they went to register their business, the relevant authorities didn't understand the structure of the business. They couldn't come to terms with the fact that they did the whole business with a laptop alone, that they didn't have a premises, a place to work, that, they only needed the laptop and do the business. That the registration office authorities didn't understand. So they were struggling to register the business, even at that stage, or they didn't have
also, is that related to the male entrepreneurs also?
As well, yes. That was related to males as well.
Yeah, so that looks really interesting. Thank you very much because really only we can see sometimes the students are coming, but supervisors are not visible. But this is kind of an inspirational motivation. In transformational leadership, we discuss about the leadership characteristics embedded by the supervisors. All the best Thank you very much, Professor.
Well, thank you, Nalin. It was really, Professor Nalin, it was really good to see you again. And
same here. Give my regards to your husband as well.
Will do.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much for all the presenters. Thank you very much for all the participants. And as you clearly know, we are getting a great help from the Director Research and Dr. Utpala and all our IT experts. So because මේක මේ අපිට පේනවා වගේ නෙමෙයි background එකකින් තියෙන ලොකු effort එකක්. ඒකට we respect for that everything we respect. All the best for all the whatever the participants. More importantly, in the pandemic situation, we have to say stay safe, everyone.
Thank you, Professor.
Okay, all the best. Thank you.
Professor Nalin, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Asanka. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Nalin.